Yeah, no, I mean, I'm in the right place and everything. Okay. No changing seats.
Made it.
Barely.
Made it.
Glad you would defend
And Chris
me.
made it. We're all good.
I don't know who's
Hot dog.
No, you're not. No, anything, nothing. That's funny.
Separate y'all.
I better couldn't stand it.
And do not touch the microphones, right? Okay. Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
It's extremely sensitive, you guys. I can even hear your whispers. It's extremely sensitive. We can hear even the smallest whisper.
We are live.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call this November 10th regular meeting of the Bedford County School Board to order. Ms. Johnson, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Kirby,
Here.
Mr. Hill,
Here.
Mr. Daniels,
Here.
Mrs. Hairston,
Here.
Mr. Holbrook,
Here.
Dr. Mealy,
Here.
Mr. Nelms.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Chairman, I approve the agenda as presented. I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Mealy. I have a first, do I have a second? Second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Agenda approved. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we go into closed session pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A18-1 to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, discipline, and release of contract for specific school board employees, including the evaluation of the superintendent as provided in his contract of employment. 8, for consultation with legal counsel retained by the school board for advice on specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel, including school board policy.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We're in closed session.
Oh, God, it's cold.
Okay, do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
Chairman, I make a motion that we come out of closed session.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Johnson, will you certify the closed meeting?
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and where Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We just want to make everyone aware also that we are going to amend the agenda a little bit. After item 11.03, we're going to go back into closed session. But at this time, given the fact of the late hour, or the hour that it is, we're going to go ahead and break for dinner now, and then we'll come back at 7 o'clock.
literally. I gotta go someplace. I'm not cut out.
No, that's the same one I've been using. Should be good.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene this regular meeting of the Bedford County Public School Board for November the 10th, 2022. If you would please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tonight, we'd like to remember the families of Walker Graham and Elena Simpson, 2 lives that were taken from us way too early. If you would please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you very much. On behalf of Bedford County Public School Board, I would like to extend our sympathies to the families. Dr. Bergen, we have recognition of staff and students.
Yes, ma'am. We have several administrators who are new to us this year, but we've not yet had a chance to publicly introduce them to the board and recognize them. So 3 individuals in the room today. We'll begin with Heather Boyles. Is Heather able to join us here tonight? Hey, Heather. So you all know Heather. She is currently, through your actions, now the principal at Thomas Jefferson Elementary School. Dr. Boyles has 17 years in education, the last 2 here in Bedford County as the assistant principal at Thomas Jefferson Elementary School, and she was also before that at Forest Middle School. She began her teaching career in Augusta County, as well as taught in Lunenburg County and in Lynchburg City schools. She held several leadership roles in Lynchburg City, including coordinator of gifted and elementary math, and served as an instructional supervisor before coming and joining us at BCPS. Dr. Boyles earned her bachelor's degree in philosophy and religion and her master's of arts in teaching, both from Mary Baldwin College. She completed gifted certification from the University of Virginia. She has a master's in educational leadership from the University of Lynchburg and just recently completed her doctorate in curriculum instruction from Liberty University. Congratulations, Dr. Heather Boyles. Kathy Brizantine. Hey, Kathy, I see you back there. Mrs. Kathy Brizantine, through your actions, is now serving as the assistant principal at Stanton River Middle. She has 14 years in education, the last 10 serving in various roles here in Bedford County, including 7th grade English teacher, civics and economics teacher at Forest Middle, instructional technology resource teacher at JF High School, and lead teacher for off-site learning when we had Bedford Connects in the first year of the pandemic. Prior to joining BCPS, Mrs. Brizantine started her teaching career in Prince Edward County as a middle school history teacher. She earned her bachelor's degree in liberal studies from Longwood University. Her master's degree is in history from Lynchburg College, and she just recently completed her administration and supervision certification program from Longwood University. Congratulations to Mrs. Brizantine. And lastly, Mrs. Kim Cherry. Mrs. Cherry, through your actions, was previously named assistant principal at Thomas Jefferson Elementary School when the vacancy was created by Heather Boyles being named principal. Mrs. Cherry has spent her entire 28-year teaching career right here in Bedford County. She's taught at the elementary, middle, and high school levels in both the Liberty Zone and in the Forest Zone. During the past 10 years, she served as a reading teacher and Dean of Students at Forest Middle School. Mrs. Cherry began her career at JF as an 8th grade language arts teacher, at Forest Middle School as an 8th grade language arts teacher, where she also served as an assistant coach in basketball, softball, and track. She then moved to Forest Elementary, where she taught 4th and 5th grade. Mrs. Cherry has her bachelor's degree in psychology as well as a master's degree in teaching, both from the University of Virginia. She also holds a master's degree in administration and supervision from the University of Lynchburg. Congratulations to Mrs. Cherry on your appointment as assistant principal at TJ. I believe that's all the recognitions we have tonight.
You, Dr. Bergen. Congratulations. Welcome aboard. Okay, we're going to move on to the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. The public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 40 minutes. Speakers are asked to state their name and voting district. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 40-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting and that we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, profane, abusive, or hateful language during their comments or any time while in attendance during this meeting. We also ask that the speakers keep their remarks objective and about the school in nature. Please keep all comments limited to matters related to public schools, and any comments that are harassing or amount to a personal attack against any identifiable individual, whether board member or staff or student, or having the potential to cause unnecessary delay or disruption to this meeting are prohibited. This is a public meeting for public matters. Mr. Edwards will serve as the timekeeper for individual speakers, with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining, and a second bell will ring indicating a person's 4 minutes have expired. Mr. Edwards will also serve as timekeeper for our cumulative 40-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 4-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Ms. Johnson and she will give them to board members. Please do not adjust the microphone at the podium as it has been positioned for optimum audio quality. Okay, our first speaker tonight, Cindy Younghouse.
Good evening, Board, Madam Chair. I'm Cindy Younghouse of the recently adjusted District 7. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. And when addressing you, based on a new rule, no one is allowed to speak your names. So if I were to address each of you specifically by name, that would be disrespectful of your preference. It would be rude, agitating, and harmful. Likewise, when gender-diverse students or staff declare how they want or do not want to be addressed, when that important preference is not upheld, it's harmful. The Youngkin Model Policy, also your current draft policy on gender diversity in public schools, violates the Virginia Human Rights Act, Titles 7 and 9 Civil Liberties, and is incongruous with the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment of the Bill of Rights. First, the Virginia Human Rights Act in Code 2.2 states that the Commonwealth must safeguard all individuals within the Commonwealth from unlawful discrimination because of sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity, with or without regard to the individual's sex at birth, in places of public accommodation, including educational institutions. Secondly, in June 2020, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled 6-3 with a majority opinion by Justice Neil Gorsuch that discrimination on the basis of sex includes sexual orientation and gender identity for Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Subsequently, in June 2021, the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights declared it does enforce Title IX's prohibition of discrimination on the basis of sex, also including sexual orientation and gender identity. Of course, the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, recognized and lauded by all true Christian patriots, does not provide for imposition of religious beliefs onto students. Harming others in the name of religion is not liberty. It's wrong. Religion must not be established at the expense of another person's well-being. Currently, the BCPS draft policy does not provide protections against misgendering. Misgendering students creates unsafe spaces, causes anxiety and low self-esteem. Additionally, this discriminatory practice disrupts educational goals. BCPS draft policy POC section D number 3 fails to provide any protections for non-binary students. Then section D number 6 completely undermines potential policy protections by permitting willful misnaming and misgendering by staff and other students. From equalityva.org, quote, Virginia laws also protect trans and non-binary students from discrimination in schools and universities, including misgendering, using the wrong name, denying access to a restroom that best aligns with gender identity, or otherwise creating an unequal educational experience, end quote. In conclusion, predicating support of discriminatory policy on patently false assumptions that the existence of gender-diverse students or staff is somehow threatening will in itself cause great harm. All good Christians know that fear, especially non-evidence-based, misguided fear of the other, drives out love. When this type of fear informs policy development, that policy will be malformed and misapplied. Please revise the current draft policy for inclusivity of all students. Only then will privacy, dignity, and respect be truly honored. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Younghouse. Next, we have Stephen Hill.
Hey, good evening. My name is Stephen Hill. I'm a constituent of District 3. I'm here today to discuss concerns from the English teachers of Bedford County. I'm here speaking on behalf of several of them that have asked me to come to speak because their administrators communicated to them that they are not allowed to bring this to you themselves. So I'm here to speak on their behalf. Teachers at the secondary level have been told that they must only use the new Savas textbook as their sole curriculum and must not use any other sources, activities, novels, etc. in their classrooms. This information has not been made clear to parents, as the county is not being upfront to the parents calling the textbook the new curriculum, but a textbook in itself is not curriculum. Many teachers have raised concerns and questions over the mandate with no answers to their questions and met with refusals to meet with the concerned teachers. When questions were asked about who made the decision to use the textbook as a resource and not just as an aid in the classroom, it was told to them that the school board spent $700,000 and they expect it to be used every day. But they were also told that they could not come to the board for their concerns. The teachers would like the English supervisor to answer their questions and to hear their concerns. I'm going to read some of the concerns from the secondary English teachers that asked me to come tonight in hopes that maybe you can convince the English supervisor to respond to their emails. The textbook is repetitive, and for each passage, there's the same activities and responses. The expectations for students are often over the grade level's ability to comprehend and does not allow for student engagement, variety, differentiation, or teacher discretion. The textbook is centered around an essential question model, which is not teaching with the Virginia SOL standard, as the textbook was written with a Common Core standard and not Virginia standards. Some of these questions borderline are pushing political agendas. Without teaching novels, students are missing so much that are used to spiral the standards while reading. Students are also missing out on engaging current texts that they are interested in, novels to teach life lessons following a moral thread, and the students enjoying the graphic novels to become lifelong readers when they're exposed to texts that they enjoy. The textbook is lacking any type of instruction. It sets the student up it sets up for students that have already mastered that skill. And the textbook being referred to as curriculum, and it's more of a daily script for teachers and excuse any other sources. This removes the aspect of differentiation, not only to just the students, but also between core and advanced classes. There will be no need for advanced classes when they're exactly the same as the core. Apparently all the English teachers sign tag plans for gifted students that are offering services through advanced classes. This is not the case if they're not allowed to make their own choices with the curriculum. The daily script requires teachers to follow standards and order the textbook lays out, which is not aligned directly with the SOL standards. There are many standards that are not in the SOLs that are taught in the textbook. Given autonomy, teacher would focus on the standards that apply to Virginia SOLs and remove the ones that are solely for the Common Core. In summary, teachers are not refusing to use the textbook. They would like to be treated as professionals and allowed to implement materials, activities, and resources from the textbook to best meet the needs of their students. There are wonderful stories in the textbook that align perfectly with the SOLs. They would just like to have the opportunity to make those choices. Also, the rationale for the change from the administration has not been shared with the teachers. They feel like it's important for them to be able to receive that as well. When the textbook was chosen last year through multiple presentations, the salespeople emphasized the flexibility of the curriculum and the use of novels to teach standards. The textbook was a reference to teachers to use as much or as little as they would need in their individual classroom. At no point during the selection process was there a decision to only use the textbook as the sole resource. As a parent, I don't want my children to only read from the textbook every day. I have a first grader, so he's just now starting to read, and he's enjoying all types of books and really starting to pick up on it. We don't want him just have to follow the textbook every day. The teachers that I'm speaking on behalf of have already asked all these questions to the administrator, the central staff, and specifically Dr. Eisenhower, but have failed to receive any answers. These managers refuse to meet or discuss with their own employees. I should not have to spend time this evening discussing secondary English textbooks at a school board meeting when the central office could have alleviated all these concerns by having the common decency to answer the questions of their staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Dave Dietrich.
I'm Dave Dietrich of the 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, during previous school board meetings, we addressed disparate philosophies of education in Bedford County. We considered differing views of proper school curricula and pedagogy. We addressed also the impact of books such as White Fragility and How to Be an Anti-Racist. Critical race theory, or culturally responsive teaching, still looms large among some vocal voices in Bedford County, whether through premeditated commitment or through intellectual ignorance. Let us quickly review what has transpired. CRT was developed in higher academia about 30 years ago. It has since grown and metastasized within the broader culture, government, many public institutions, a large part of the private sector, and throughout education, the academy. In education, CRT has specifically impacted school systems, curricula, pedagogy, teaching training programs, and student learning from higher education through K-12. What is CRT's basic ideology? Cultural Marxism is its basic ideology. CRT is based on the premise that the history of America, indeed the whole Western world, is a history of racism, sexism, and economic exploitation. Some insist that premise be accepted without scientifically based proof. The underlying assumption in this premise is that some have succeeded only because others have not been allowed to succeed. With CRT, those who succeed have always become the exploitative and hated new bourgeoisie. That is also one of CRT's absurd conclusions. Of course, all of CRT's pseudo-intellectual basis can be easily discredited both logically and empirically. For CRT advocates, the remedy for unjust disparity is always forced equity, essentially Marxist-based equality of outcome. All denizens of George Orwell's Animal Farm must be equal. Equity is hence the complete rejection of the idea of equality of opportunity, the very basis upon which this great nation was founded. Those who dissent, who have the courage to speak out against CRT, are often branded as racist, sexist, and/or judgmental. Many are also accused of banning books, even though it is CRT advocates who are really banning the Western tradition and its books. With CRT, there is also no room for dispassionate discussion and debate. Why engage intellectually when a shutdown smackdown will work just fine? The left never debates. There is no room for honest critique, including proper analysis and discussion of CRT's assumptions, premises, and conclusions. There is no room for empirically based knowledge. There is no room for discovery of truth. There is room only for conformity and groupthink. Teachers, administrators, parents, other concerned citizens, and the students may be unaware of the full implications of CRT. Perhaps the foremost implication is that some have become unintentional CRT facilitators. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Janet Hussall. Janet Hussall. Kelsey Mabes.
Hello, my name is Kelsey Mabes, and I'm the parent of 2 students who attend Otter River Elementary School in District 7. I have also been licensed to teach elementary and special education in the state of Virginia for the past 10 years. Before I begin, I would like to start by saying that we have loved our time at ORES. The teachers and staff are amazing. What I'm about to discuss should in no way reflect negatively on the principal, teachers, or staff at this truly incredible school. I come to you today to share my concerns publicly about my son's first grade class size of 27 students. After being misinformed by someone in executive leadership for Bedford County Public Schools, I did further research and discovered that my son's class is the largest kindergarten or first grade in the district. These numbers are unacceptable to say the least. I have taught predominantly upper elementary school during my 10 years of teaching, and I have experienced classes of this size. I know from experience that while these numbers are inconvenient in the upper elementary grades, they are doable. As an upper elementary school teacher, I have also seen firsthand the true detriment that these class sizes in the long run will cause. I cannot tell you how many times I've been sent a student who should be at the 4th or 5th grade level, yet is reading on a 1st or 2nd grade level due to the lack of support during their foundational years. I wholeheartedly believe that this will be the fate of some of our first graders at Otter River Elementary if we do not step up to solve this problem. I have reached out to someone on this board and was given the response stating that the positions for ORES have been put up, but that is hard to hire after the beginning of the year. First, I have looked at the hiring page, and as of last night, there are no positions for Otter River Elementary School currently up. Second, this response is concerning because it insinuates that this board was unaware of this issue prior to the beginning of the school year. My son's kindergarten class last year was 24 students, which grew to 27 over the summer. This is the 2nd year that he has had a ridiculous size class. Even with phenomenal teachers, it's not acceptable. If this board was unaware of these numbers, then I fear you have missed the mark. I not only want to approach this issue with concerns for the students, but also with concerns for our teachers. Otter River is currently moving teachers around each year. This is taxing, tiring, and truly unsustainable. My son's teacher, Hannah Speak, is absolutely amazing. This board should be proud to have her as a teacher. She's young, vivacious, and can connect with our students in a way that not many can. She is giving this year her absolute all, but I fear that our lack of support will burn her out. Are we going to pay her more because she's essentially teaching 2 classes? How do you justify one teacher prepping for a class of 14 while the other has a class of 27? Thanks to Miss Moore, the principal, she has the assistance of 2 aides who split their time in this classroom. Unfortunately, adding more bodies to this situation is not the answer. This class needs to be split among 2 teachers. Even with the extra coverages, emergencies arise and teachers get sick. So sometimes there are no aides in this classroom. A 1 to 27 ratio in first grade at any time is not only an academic concern, but a safety concern. I have heard the response of many on this board. I understand we are trending with state standards. However, I have also heard some of you campaign on the terms that parents and teachers' voices matter. I can say that I have not felt heard, and I don't think my teacher has felt heard either. We need to stop looking at these students as if they're numbers on a paper to be averaged out. We need to see that they are flesh and blood, and it is clear that the path we have chosen is not working. We need answers. Our teachers and students are relying on you.
Thank you, Ms. Mabes. Teresa Pregnell.
My name is Teresa Pregnall. I'm a resident in District 5. I would like to comment on the 2022 model policy on the privacy, dignity, and respect for all students and parents in Virginia's public schools. As Concerned Women for America of Virginia State Director, I am commenting on behalf of thousands of women and families, many here in Bedford County, that we represent in support of the Virginia Department of Education's 2022 model policies. CWA strongly agrees that the 2021 model policy must be repealed. Those policies were predicated on social experimentation that promoted a distracting and controversial ideological viewpoint of human identity in Virginia schools. The 2021 model policy advanced destructive gender ideology, disregarded the fundamental rights of parents, and undermined legal and constitutional principles that are the foundation of education. School districts across the Commonwealth of Virginia have become enablers and promoters of an invasive social contagion that is seductively seducing students, assailing parental rights, unconstitutionally silencing dissent, and distracting the essential responsibility of public schools and of public education. Bedford County schools should not be social engineers, accommodating adolescent identity crises or the latest trends. They should be respecting the abilities of students and teaching them the subjects and skills that are required to equip them as learners, workers, and citizens. The proposed 2022 model policies seek to remedy many of these concerns. They are fundamentally sound, based on scientific truth about male and female, sex, biological child development and maturation, and the inherent rights of parents in raising their children. Virginia students do not belong to the government. They are not owned by the school system, and they should not be pawns for an aggressive activism promoting a destructive view of humankind that disassociates biological reality from a person's identity. No child should be lied to or expected to believe a lie about the scientific reality of male or female sex. The science of the human binary can never be erased. It is built into our DNA by our Creator. Forcing a student to acknowledge that another student or educator is not their true sex violates their rights. No one, a student, parent, teacher, or school administrator, asserting a claim or trans identification has the right to dictate that the world around them accommodate their subjective perception of self and claim a superior right over others. It's just not right. No student should be subject to denying their own privacy and protection on the basis of sex, nor lose equal access to their educational benefits and opportunities. Now, we've seen firsthand in Loudoun County what Virginia has wrought, imposing an ideological viewpoint in education that upends the truth about the sexes. I'm going to skip on down. Virginia schools are required under federal law to comply with Title IX civil rights law that prohibits discrimination in education, programs, and activities on the basis of sex. The Biden administration's unconstitutional reinterpretation of the meaning of sex under Title IX as gender identity rightly has been enjoined by a federal district court as executive overreach and legislative rulemaking. Biden's guidance from the U.S. Department of Education and EEOC CWA supports the requirements under the model policy of 2022. Thank you so much. And I have sent each one of you a copy of my comments with links, so please be sure and take a look.
Thank you, Ms. Bragnall. David Beauregard.
Good evening, members of the board. David Beauregard, 7th District. Congratulations, Chris. Good. Glad to have you back aboard. I really only, contrary to what you normally would hear from me, I really have 2 words tonight, but one concern, and that is the event coming in February. The Satanic Temple event and movie night with the Fern Gully movie. I'm not going to go into any of those details. As I said, I really don't have any other words to say. I would just like to, as a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, Messiah, I'm just going to say a word of prayer for the members in regard to this situation. And in their decisions in every situation. My Lord, I just thank you for who you are. I thank you for every single one of these board members. I know that you know every single one, every single hair that is on their head. You knew each of them as they were being formed in the womb. You know each one who is yours. You know each one who has whose heart you have touched and who has responded to your love in repentance, recognizing our sinful nature and naming you as Lord and Savior of their life. I thank you for that, Father, Lord Jesus. And I pray that you would fill these men and women with the courage that comes from knowing you, that they would have no fear of man, of men, that they would have the fear of God in their heart and in their spirit, and that you would raise their spirit filled with the Holy Spirit to a place that stands against the normalcy that has come to our communities. I ask you, Father, to give them the courage to stand no matter what a federal law might be, no matter what the state law might be, no matter what a local law or a school board policy may be. Their first allegiance is to the kingdom of heaven. For those who name the name of Yeshua Messiah, they are ambassadors of the ministry of reconciliation. And I thank you for those who fulfill that call. I ask that you would bless them and keep them and make your face shine upon them and give them peace. B'Shem Yeshua HaMashiach, the Lord Jesus. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beauregard. We have a couple of slots available. Would anyone here like to speak? Okay. At this point, I will close the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Consent agenda is approved. We're going to address items that we didn't get to earlier, which is basically everything. So let's start off with item 3.01, athletics update. Dr. Cornett, please.
All right, good evening, members of the board. Tonight I will present an update on BCPS athletics, specifically on the recent request to add additional middle school sports and recommendations from the BCPS athletics team comprised of all middle school and high school principals and athletic directors. Okay. In June of 2022, Forest Middle School had a request to add middle school competition cheer. As the athletics team met to discuss the request, we used policy DBA to guide us through this process. Some highlights of this policy state that all recommendations regarding new sports or activities shall address these factors: student interest, facility availability, staffing capability, impact on existing sports or activities, and the cost, of course. The division superintendent will review the principal's recommendation, and if the superintendent concurs with the principal's recommendation, in this case the BCPS athletic team, then he would forward that recommendation to you as part of his annual budget proposal. The policy goes on to say if the school board elects to add a new sport or activity, the opportunity for the sport or activity shall be made available to all other middle or high schools in the district or division. The BCPS athletic team met on July 28 to initially discuss this request and plan for data collection. Each middle and high school principal and athletic director then worked collaboratively with both the high school and middle school cheerleading coaches to gather some of the data. The team reconvened on August 25th to analyze and discuss the data and the team recommendations. So the first factor in adding a middle school competition cheer team that was discussed was athlete safety. The VHSL does not oversee or govern middle school sports. So BCPS policy states, JFCJ states, that rules of the VHSL shall also apply to BCPS middle school sports. There are very specific rules at the high school level for cheer that address which tosses and stunts are allowed and which are prohibited. The VHSL follows the National Federation of State High School Associations, or NFHS, guidelines for high school cheer, but those guidelines do not cover middle school sports. Our VHSL contact recommended researching USA Cheer, who jointly worked with the NFHS to develop the high school spirit rules. And after doing so, the BCPS athletics team unanimously recommended adopting USA Cheer safety guidelines to oversee middle school competition cheer if it is added as a sport. Basically, USA Cheer states that they would recommend following NFHS guidelines with one additional restriction, which would be all tosses other than switch-ups are prohibited. So as the team continued to collect data per policy DBA, we found that out of 21 local school divisions, 2 have middle school competition cheer teams. Roanoke County and Franklin County do have school-sponsored competition cheer at the middle school level, and both indicated that they operate under restricted safety guidelines. So there was unanimous agreement that there is interest and a need for middle school competition cheer in BCPS. The addition would have a positive impact on the cheer programs at the high school level, and we did not project any negative impact on existing programs. If the sport is added, an additional middle school coach and coaching stipend would be needed. As far as the structure of the team, the middle school sideline cheer team would compete in competitions with the addition of any 8th grade sideline cheerleaders on the JV team. Additional uniforms would not be needed, and if any sideline cheerleaders do not feel comfortable competing or do not want to participate in competitions, they would not be required to do so, and they would still be able to be on the sideline cheer team. Teams could compete in up to 3 competitions per year. Currently, our varsity teams are allowed to compete in up to 5 competitions per year. The middle school team would utilize transportation with the varsity team, attending the same competitions, so there would be no additional transportation cost. So this slide basically outlines the estimate for the cost to add middle school comp cheer in all 3 middle schools. You can see that 3 additional middle school coaches would cost approximately $4,000. Tournament entrance fees, approximately $600 per school, so $1,800. The biggest cost would be cheer mats. They're strongly preferred by the coaches, obviously, so each school could have, the high school would have a cheer mat and the middle school would have a cheer mat, but all the schools are willing to work together between the middle and high school to share those mats, so that cost would not be as impactful. But with the mats, it would cost approximately $9,000 per school. So total estimated cost without the mats would be about $6,000. With mats, about $33,000 for initial startup cost, and then a total estimated annual cost of $6,000. But again, I'll emphasize the coaches were very willing to, the high school, middle school coaches were willing to share the mats to get the program up and running. In December of 2021, the request to add middle school cross country and track was presented and recommended by the BCPS athletics team. Both had been previously requested in prior years. The total combined projected cost to add both cross country and track at all 3 middle schools was approximately $40,000. The athletic team believes that the addition of all 3 middle school sports, cross country, track, and comp cheer, would be extremely beneficial to the students and the existing programs. We would recommend, as funding is available, that the sports be added in the order of request, unless all 3 sports can be added at one time, which would be approximately $45,000 per year. There is a significant continued concern that one athletic trainer cannot adequately serve all existing high school and middle school sports teams, being that many competitions are at different venues at home. This slide shows the total number of athletes broken down by each season and the corresponding number of injuries that the athletic trainers who are based at each high school treated. Both high school and middle school injury data is shown. You can see the ratio of the number of high school athletes to the number of injuries treated by the trainer is 0.42, and the ratio of the number of middle school athletes to the number of injuries treated by the trainer is 0.1996. Although there is a significant lower number of middle school athletes compared to the high school, the data indicates that the trainers, due to the demands and the number of injuries at the high schools, are unable to provide the same level of service to middle school athletes. Another way of thinking about this data is for every 100 athletes at the high school, the trainers are treating 84 for injuries. For every 100 athletes at the middle school, the trainer is treating 20 athletes for injuries. Our current 3 trainers do an outstanding job. They're vital to the success of the BCPS athletics. This data, coupled with the fact that our trainers are covering multiple high school events at the same time, often at venues that are not in close proximity, just suggests that extra trainer support is needed, especially prior to adding any additional sports in BCPS. As Dr. Calvert presented last month in the staffing standards presentation, an additional 10-month trainer to split between each high school and middle school would cost approximately $207,000. Contracting with a company for 3 trainers for approximately 20 to 25 hours per week would cost approximately $105,000. This slide illustrates the total cost of additional trainer support and the addition of the 3 new middle school sports. The left column estimate of $252,000 includes the cost of 3 additional 200-day trainers. The right column estimate of $150,000 includes the cost of contracting with a company for extra trainer support. Please note that the cost of adding cross-country does not include uniforms, as that cost was included in the track estimate, as teams would utilize the same uniforms. In closing, the team believes that adding cross-country, track, and competition cheer at the middle school level is very beneficial, but strongly believes that additional trainer support for student safety is needed prior to adding any additional sports. At this time, I can take any questions.
Dr. Cornett, these mats you're talking about, how exactly would they share them? I mean, are they literally
They would
moving them
have
from one
practice
school
at
to
the
another?
at the high school and just schedule their time around each team.
And the 207,000 is for 3 trainers. Did I hear you correctly?
3 10-month trainers, 0.5 at the high school, 0.5 at the middle school.
Questions? I always try to bring up the rear, and you know I got to have some. With the competition cheer, you said that they would compete against 2 schools, Franklin County and Roanoke County.
I can explain. There's more teams out there than those. Those are the 2 counties in our region that have school-based middle school competition cheer. My understanding, and I've learned a lot about middle school competition cheer in the last few months. My understanding is travel teams also compete in these competitions. So there are competitions that have multiple teams there other than just the 2 counties. Now, Roanoke County does have multiple middle schools, several middle schools. Franklin County just has the one, I believe.
So their schedule would consist of more than 2 competitions?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that's a pretty high number for 2 competitions.
Right. It's like the competitions are like tournaments.
I understand.
So
I know how they run, yeah.
Multiple schools from regional, areas.
Is there much of a desire for the competition cheer at Liberty and Stanton River as well?
Yes, ma'am. All 3 schools were very excited about the possibility.
And you know the way my mind works by now, because you and I have had many discussions. What's the difference between a cheer mat and a wrestling mat? I mean, why couldn't they just use wrestling mats?
I probably would get it wrong if I tried to talk about the tech. They're just different.
Can't
different
use the same
material.
ones?
No, ma'am. I don't believe so.
Okay. And how much did you say?
I don't know the exact answer to that, but I don't believe so. I could check on that.
If you could, let me know, because I'm just curious. That's just one of my curiosity things. And what did you say would be the coach's stipend for the cheer?
I believe it was $4,000 between the 2, so about $1,300 each.
Between 2 or that'd be all 3, correct?
4,000 would be all 3.
Okay. And I understand in track, of course, you have to have your officials. Do you have that many officials in cross country? I didn't know you even had officials in cross country. But what's the coach's stipend for cross country?
At the middle school level, our stipends are around $1,300 for those sports.
So we have officials for cross country?
There are officials for cross country, I believe.
Okay, so that's who we're paying out of that. And for the middle school athletic trainer, what are we doing for them now? Are they dividing up? I know at Liberty, my daughters had to go to the high school
Right.
to see
and
Mr. Stone.
That's typically the high school would serve those middle school students to the greatest capacity that they could, especially in emergency situations.
So right now then, as it is, without having a middle school athletic trainer, if anything happened at Forest Middle School, then they'd have to wait for the trainer to come down the road and go across the street and get over there and help.
It puts a lot of responsibility in that realm on our coaches as well to make it, the call of 911 or wait for the trainer.
That's kind of dangerous.
And there's 3 sites in Forest. There's 3 sites in the spring I know of.
A lot of distance. That's dangerous. And I saw your numbers here too with the your sports injury data. Now, am I correct in the assumption that the numbers for middle school are relatively less because you only have 3 grades in the middle school as opposed to 4 in the high school, and you don't have as many sports offerings? Is that correct?
All of that, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if we had ratio-wise, we're about the same.
Ratio-wise, as far as the number of athletes to the number of injuries treated, middle schools are significantly less because the number of games at the high school and the number of hours required at the high school, the middle school trainers are less at the middle schools. Is that answering your question?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, Mrs. Kirby, I think there's injuries that are occurring at middle school that are not being treated by the trainer because they're not physically present to treat it. So these numbers shouldn't lead you to believe that there's fewer kids get hurt at middle school. It's just fewer kids get treated because the trainer's at the high school and can't get to the middle school. So those are calls to 911 or calls to parents, or the coach is having to take that responsibility and that additional liability with the injury. Is that fairly accurate, Josh? Yeah.
And that's kind of what I thought. And so if a parent has to call 911, go to the hospital, then they're taking on a hospital expense that possibly the trainer could have taken care of.
Our trainers do really try to serve everyone. They're just pulled in so many directions.
Dr. Cornett, as far as the safety, I see that you're trying to add the USA cheer rule about no tosses. Where did that come from? Who recommended that?
USA cheer. So VHSL does not oversee middle school sports. So the NFHS, they write the rules for VHSL. Those NFHS rules do not apply to middle schools. USA Cheer also, they work with NFHS on the spirit rules, so those are the ones that do have recommendations for middle schools. So when I called VHSL, they encouraged me to reach out and look at the USA Cheer, so that's where that came from.
So they didn't make any recommendations as far as what we should implement for middle school? VHSL?
They recommend me looking at USA Cheer. They couldn't because they don't oversee middle school. They would not give me a recommendation.
So the USA Cheer, if we were to implement that as part of our safety, does that remove anything that our current cheer teams are doing?
It should not at the middle school level, no. The ADs did. Now, the ADs talked to the coaches about these rules specifically, and they reported to me that the middle school coaches were on board with that.
Comp cheer coaches at the middle schools have no concerns about not being able to do tosses, is what you're telling me.
Other than switch-ups.
They can do
But
switch-ups.
that's what was relayed to me, that because I didn't meet with all the middle school.
So let me make sure I'm clear. Our middle school comp cheer coaches have told you, or your athletic directors, that they are okay with not doing tosses.
I can't say that for certain.
Okay.
I can say
I want that answer.
That's fine, but I can say, and I can get that, but I can say the athletic directors reported back that they were on board with this recommendation.
So, Mr. Hill,
Hold on one second.
Sure.
Athletic director, I want to hear from the coaches because it's competitive
They
cheer.
met with the coaches.
I
So
understand, but I'm getting two sides of the story, and so that's why I want clarification. I want to understand if our coaches who are over competitive cheer, if we were to have that they're okay with the stipulation of no tosses. Does that take us?
other than switch ups. I got you.
Yep.
So, just for clarity, we currently don't have middle school competition cheer sponsored by the school division. We have travel teams, and travel teams are not, they don't fall under our umbrella. So, Mr. Hill, I think the travel teams probably do more than we would be comfortable allowing them to do because we're going to follow.
We are the ones that get to make that decision. And if it's a competitive team, if we're going to do competition cheer, we need to be able to compete.
Sure.
Otherwise, we're wasting money. And so we want our kids to be able to compete, and that's why I'm asking the question. And I'd like it answered.
Yeah, we can get that.
I remembered my other question. Where you have on your total estimated cost, a full-time 200-day trainer versus a 20 to 25 hours per week. 20 to 25 hours per week, is that sufficient? Honestly?
It would certainly be more sufficient than no additional trainer support. I think the pros on the other one would be a full-time trainer would really get to know our community and really get to know our athletes and have a lot more flexibility with the hours than obviously a contracted trainer, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, and then would they have time to be able to help out at the high school too? Because I know when I've had to take my children in there, Mr. Sennett's got people lined up coming in.
I would say if we were able to go that option and have 20 to 25 hours of a contracted trainer, the current trainer would really lead that schedule and they would work jointly, collaboratively to schedule and cover as many things as they could.
And you know that I'm a full advocate for the full-time trainer. I'm just trying to make sure we're on the same page. The middle schools, do they have facilities for a training room? I mean, would have to buy like the training table and
I would say
a
that
refrigerator
they would probably work out of the high schools as much as possible. They can still travel to those venues and be based at the high schools, but we could look into that if.
Okay, because again, like I said, we're looking at a distance of here, having to bring a student from Forest Middle School all the way over here to get to the training room to ice an ankle.
Right.
So, I was just wondering if we had enough provisions at the middle school to have adequate first aid if we needed it.
I'm not aware that we have the equipment at any of the middle schools. Now, the other two middle schools and high schools are very close, so that would be easier to schedule and work out of the one training room. But that would certainly have to be discussed and worked through.
Thank you. Okay, seems like there are no more questions. Thank you for putting up with me, Dr. Cornett. Appreciate it. 3.02, first quarter financial analysis. Mr. Hagler.
Yes, good evening. Before you tonight is data that as of September, the first 3 months of the year, and projecting out how the whole year will come out. So this is early in the year. There's 1/4 of the way through. So I do the best I can in projecting what the expenses and also the revenues are going to be. On the first page, hey, I clicked it forward. On the first page is the revenue projections. Too early to tell really with that top line on other as to make any projections. A lot of that revenue hasn't even come in yet. For the state funds, it's mostly driven by what our membership's going to be. So I believe at the next board meeting, Mark Blankenship will be presented on our numbers, but we've already reported those to the state, and our membership is up, so we do see additional money coming in for state funds. We also see sales tax really coming in strong so far this year, so I did project additional sales tax. The way sales tax work, the more you get in sales tax, you actually lose some in basic aid. That's how the formula works. So you don't get all of it, so that is a fraction of what the sales tax is up more than that, but you lose some on the basic aid side. That's how the state formula works there. And I did make a reduction on the federal side. We set aside a little bit over $2 million for ESSER 3 or COVID-related expenditures this year in the operating fund, but I only see us probably spending about $1 million of that, so I did reduce that. But I also made a reduction on the expenditure side for that too. So that nets out both on expenditures and on the revenue. So overall, I do see the revenues coming in about $1.5 million above projection. Once again, that's pretty early on, so there are some things that are going to change over the year, but that's a first glance at where we stand on our budget. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on the revenue side if you have any of those. And I will say, we did present this to the Finance Committee, and they did review it, and so I'm bringing this after I've already presented it to the Finance Committee. Okay, on the expenditure side, we're in good shape. A couple categories that I want to talk to here. First of all, transportation. We do see that we're ahead, projected to come in over budget there. The biggest impact there is we're struggling to fill routes. And so we're bringing in substitutes as much as we can. There's overtime, there's overshift, and they're doing everything they can to get all the kids to school every day. And it's an issue that we're just going to have to deal with and continue to come up with ideas on how we can get more bus drivers. It's just a problem right now. I don't think we're the only district with that problem, but going forward, we're going to be looking at different ideas on how we can get more drivers to come in and fill those spots. But we do see that. What is not in this forecast, and I'll speak a little bit to that tonight, is a fuel escalation, and we'll probably be realizing transportation will come in even more over budget in the second half. I did not factor that in yet, but our fuel bid is going to be expiring on February 13th. Our contracted price for diesel fuel right now is $2.68. As of February, once that contract expires, it's probably going to be $4.75. So we could expect another $150,000 or so over budget on transportation just because of fuel. As we get closer, just to let you know, we are monitoring what's happening out there. Stories about shortages and also about the fuel price. And as we get closer to that expiring, we'll let the board know, and you can give me feedback of whether we go out for bid at that time. But going out for bid at an all-time high might not be the best thing at this point, but we'll give feedback to the board, and we are monitoring that situation. In maintenance, we will have heating fuel. Harder to predict that one as we haven't really hit the winter months yet. But on the maintenance, the pressure is coming really from the repair and replace line. Electrical is projected coming over right now. And as I said, heating oil will probably come in a little bit higher. So we're seeing some pressures there. Hard to tell because repair and replace and things breaking this could come in higher or it could come in lower as the year goes on. Depends on how many units or things break that don't really go into the CIP fund. They're $8,000, $10,000 units. It doesn't go into the CIP. It actually comes out of the operating budget as we repair those. And it's too hard to tell, but I do see pressure right now that's going to come in over budget. We'll brief the board as we go on in the year. But overall, not too concerned with our revenues coming in stronger. And you could see if everything played out just like it is, our ending balance would be right around 1.5 million. So if transportation and maintenance continue to see those pressures towards the end of the year, we'll have to do supplemental appropriations to take some of that additional state money and allocate them to maintenance and transportation. So that'll be later in the year as we've got a better look at that. Probably after the third quarter is when I'll bring those to the board, but we'll continue to monitor these. So on an overall expenditure I'll see if you have any questions about where I'm seeing the projections on this. Okay, and a few pages there give a little bit more detail about each of those major categories. If you turn, sorry, did you help me out with that? Thank you, Barry. Go to the final slide. We'll go to the final page that's on board docs, but I'll go slide by slide here. The nutrition fund, as always at the beginning of the year, we have expenditures during the summer months when there's no revenue coming in, so we are at a loss in the first quarter. Usually that's made up in the second, third, and fourth. So too hard to tell how that will end this year, but we'll monitor that. But we usually go into a negative situation because we're paying out employees' contracts in July and August, and there's no revenue coming in. So not too big of a surprise there, and that number is not as big as, that doesn't give me too much concern right now. Textbook fund, you can see that current balance about 587. Actually, the 500,000 there is still reserved for the textbook adoption that we didn't do because we didn't have the state list. And as I understand from the instruction department, that list still is not completed. So we're not proceeding forward, and we don't expect to have that list until next summer. So there's still some of the adoption that we were going to go forward with last summer, and that's postponed until the state gives us some guidance on what are approved list of that curriculum. Is that correct, Doctor?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Maintenance Reserve Fund. The Maintenance Committee overlooks this with the CIP. This is just an accounting of that. There were a lot of receivables, so I'll be updating this for that Maintenance Committee as a lot of this changes over, but a balance of about 1.8 million there. And as some of these projects get completed and spent down, it's local, there's some local money going in there, there's state money going in there, and there's also ESSER 3 and ESSER 2 COVID relief money going in there. So there's a lot of moving revenue items coming into this account. So we'll keep you briefed on that, but we do have some 4 HVAC projects that are pretty close to completion, still waiting on parts on those. And we also have, we're also gearing up for Goodview and TJ for next summer. So those projects really haven't started in essence. So the parts will start coming in and they'll be done in earnest next summer. And then the last one is our self-insured fund. When you start a new year, everybody's deductibles start over, so you would expect in the first quarter, employees are bearing a lot of that until deductibles are hit. So we did see from the beginning of the year, our balance was 5.3 million, and as of September, it was 5.8. So we did see an increase that usually erodes as the year goes on. Through the budget process, we did go up 5% on our rates, so there is more money flowing into the account, so we'll have to continue to monitor that through the year. But a good start so far. No deterioration there, which I'm happy to report in the first quarter. So it's still in very good, good health at this point. So those are the other 4 funds, and if you have any questions on those, I'd be happy to answer. Okay. So overall, we look in good shape for the year with a healthy projected ending balance that can absorb some of these fluctuations in fuel prices and also items breaking in that we have to repair. So I feel pretty good.
Questions for Mr. Hagler regarding the first quarter financial analysis? Good. Okay, moving on to item 3.03, CAFR fiscal year 2021 to 2022. Mr. Hagler, again?
Yes, and correction on that title. It is actually, in the CAFR, it stands for Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. That's developed and put together by the county. We're a subunit of the county, so we're included in that. And I referenced some pages in the CAFR, as we refer to it in the financial world, for you to look at. That's where our sections are broken out. This was actually, what I referenced here is the 2021 audit that was completed by the county. It was delayed from last year, so it was just recently come out, but usually I present that to our school board so you can take a look at that and look at those sections. The current, last year, 21-22 year audit is ongoing. Hope to have that, and I think the county's hoping to have that completed by December. So hopefully in January, February, I can present that in a little bit more timely manner than this one. So I'll be happy to report. We've got a clean audit opinion on the entire audit. There were, some controls and some findings, but those were on the county side, and they're working through those. One actually referenced almost like schools, and I called up about that, and I didn't, but it was really on the county and a delay in reporting on that. I think reporting to this board on this before, there was a control finding that I had too much control over the payroll system and HR system, and by working with the auditors on an audit trail where I do not go into the HR module to make any changes or adds, they're able to monitor my activity on the HR side. But there has to be one system administrator, that's me, but I'm able to give them an audit report, and so that has come off the internal control concern for the auditors, I'm happy to report, but that was on there 2 years ago. I did put a little bit of explanation here. When you look at the CAFR, it's very complicated. We take our cash basis budget that you work with and that I'm reporting on in the first quarter, and then you add in fixed assets, actuarial studies on our other post-retirement benefits, and so a lot flows in there. But the data's there, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have on the financial statements, comprehensive annual financial statements. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hagel? Moving on to 3.04, data update. Dr. Woodford?
Good evening, members of the board. Tonight, I would like to share with you some first quarter division data and support being provided to schools during the first 9 weeks of our school year. As a reminder, each school does have some individual data that principals and teachers monitor that is contained in each school's continuous school improvement plan. All schools now have their CSIP available on the individual schools' websites if you're interested in a little bit more detail. I will say that each of those school improvement plans are read by Drs. Trosper, Cornett, and myself to ensure adequate data is being analyzed, reviewed quarterly with leadership teams, and used to guide the goals of the schools. The data that I'm going to share and that is contained in not only our division strategic framework, but also in individual school improvement plans, is used as indicators for Goal 1 in our strategic framework, which is maintaining high academic expectations for students. All of the data being shared tonight provides initial levels of guidance for teachers to target specific learning needs of their classes and individual students' strengths and weaknesses. While I am just going to be sharing the overview for division data, schools do have the ability to break down the data into much more individualized categories to focus on tiered interventions, remediation, and individualized daily instruction for students. In addition, Dr. Trosper and the instruction team look at individual school data to identify trends and additional supports that his office can offer. Tonight we're going to look specifically at the following assessments. The Virginia Kindergarten Readiness Program, which we refer to as VKRP, PALS, which we give in kindergarten through 5th grade, and that's a phonological awareness literacy screening. We're also going to look at IXL math data for grades 1 and 2, and then some secondary reading performance and a few AP scores that we received over the summer. Our elementary schools do have more common assessment data points than the secondary schools. However, in the second quarter, we will have more information about division benchmarks. And at the end of this presentation, I'm going to share more about what we know about the new grades 3 through 8 SOL growth assessments from the Virginia Department of Education. In addition to this data, we also have screening tools for our 3- and 4-year-old preschool programs. These tools are all individually scored, and the information helps preschool teachers focus on scores and skills for individual students. So there's no way to give you an overall class score for how students are doing because it's all individualized. So with VKRP, this is a screener that we give our youngest students. We give it to them in preschool, and we give it to our kindergartners. Our kindergarten scores do come so that we can see them at a division level. This test measures a student's readiness in math, self-regulation, and social skills. For our preschool students, again, as I said, they're assessed on a rubric indicating a band of skills, so students are marked as beginning, growing, or strong in these skills. Since most of our preschool students are receiving services based on qualifying by need, many of these students are in the growing and beginning stages. And so it's really helpful for us when they get to kindergarten to see, did our preschool programs really help to prepare them for the VKRP that we give in kindergarten? So looking at our kindergarten VKRP data, it indicates that 80% of our kindergarten students met the fall math benchmark, which is the same as it was last fall in 2021. It was 80% last year too. The fall 2022 percentage of students meeting self-regulation and social skill benchmarks were lower than in 2021. My speculation and our team's speculation is that there were fewer students probably attending preschools in the last 2 years, and that may be why we're seeing some differences. However, 83% of kindergartners did meet the self-regulation benchmark, and 80% met the social skill indicators. We did see about a 5% decrease in both of those areas compared to fall of last year in our fall 2021 data. I think what's more important is what will VKRP say to us in the spring? How did our students who were just coming to kindergarten grow from this fall to the spring? And that's what we'll be looking at. While these screening scores are lower than last year, this is truly just a floor for our students who may be entering school with no prior preschool experience. What we do know is that 80% or more of our students are ready to begin their learning journey. And all of these skills are a focus in every kindergarten classroom, in addition to reading skills, which we'll talk about in a minute. For the VKRP screener, the math section is divided into 4 core areas: geometry, numeracy, patterning, and computation. The strongest math area was computation, with 87% of students meeting the fall benchmark. And the weakest math area was patterning, with 65% of students meeting the fall benchmark. Patterning has been identified as an area for all kindergarten teachers to focus on in every school this year. And Mrs. Bowyer has been sharing some ideas. Our kindergarten teachers do a tremendous amount of patterning activities, though. That's written into their pacing guides. So I would expect that we would see a large increase in that score at the end of the year. The IXL diagnostic assessment is given to students in first and second grades quarterly. The beginning of the year data that is shared reflects students' prerequisite knowledge at the beginning of the school year. Since kindergarten students are assessed in math using the VKRP screener, and students in grades 3 through 8 were required to take the Virginia Department of Education SOL growth assessment, we only ask for our first and second grade teachers to give this assessment in IXL. Overall, 62% of students in first and second grade are at or above grade level, according to IXL beginning of the year diagnostic. In the first grade, 60% of those students are on or above grade level, and in second grade, 65 are on or above grade level. We did have 8 schools that had over 40% of their first and second graders below grade level, which is concerning in first and second grade. Therefore, we have implemented a number sense routines in K-5 classrooms as a priority, since this is consistently the weakest area identified through spring SOL data in third grade, our VKRP data, and our IXL data over the years. Mrs. Bowyer, our math supervisor, is doing walkthroughs in all math classrooms and providing teachers and principals with a list of glows and grows. Obviously, the glows are what they're doing well, And the growth section, she offers some support for stronger routines and instruction. So some examples of that may be that she's created a math question stem to help increase math discussions and discourse in the classroom. She also has created co-teaching lesson plans and activities and lesson plans that teachers can use to just grow in their instruction in those math classes. The special education supervisors and the general education supervisors are scheduling joint co-teaching walkthroughs at schools identified as having these weaknesses for students with weaknesses in math for our students with disabilities. Mrs. Bowyer has done some very specific professional development this year with teachers, improving number sense routines, using the Savas and Envision textbooks to support instruction, IXL training on how to use growth assessment data, how to analyze growth assessment data with the student detail by question reports. She's also given information. There's a lot of Department of Education professional development training on video that she's made available to our teachers. Each of our supervisors has a Canvas course with training tools, lesson plans, activities, lesson ideas, pacing guides available to all teachers in that content. We've also worked to implement a math curriculum training for a new math intervention that's being piloted at Bedford Elementary and Goodview Elementary, and it's called Moving with Math. And I actually sat in on the PD, and it's a very hands-on remediation tool for students. And if it's successful at Bedford Elementary and Goodview, we will offer it to our other schools. Our reading screening assessment is called PALS. It's given to preschool and our K through 5 grade students. It is a screening test for language and literacy skills that provide the foundation for performing at grade level in reading before leaving the elementary school, which is very important. PALS data provides the division, schools, and teachers with specific areas of strengths and weaknesses. As seen in this chart, 73% of our kindergartners met the benchmark, 71% of our first graders met the fall benchmark, 66% of our second graders, and 67% of our third graders. As you can see, we're still trying to recoup learning loss for our current second and third graders. There's a specific focus for our elementary schools to provide solid, consistent Tier 1 instruction to students, and then additional time in reading skills with a specialist or a teacher that is specifically trained for Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention. PALS is given twice a year for all students and 3 times a year for students that did not meet the fall benchmark. So as the year progresses, the expected benchmark increases as student skills increases, but it also offers us the ability to monitor students throughout the school year to see if the interventions we are using are working for students. This chart shows the comparison of scores in the fall of last year to this year. If data trends related to growth for students from the fall of last year to the spring stay in place, we will probably see about a 6 to 10 points of gain on the end of the year screening, which is pretty consistent for each year. In kindergarten, alphabet recognition was identified as the weakest area assessed, with letter sounds and spelling also presenting as weak areas. Alphabet recognition obviously is the foundation on which literacy skills are developed, so students who are not able to identify letters and sounds will have difficulty learning to read. Therefore, this is the primary focus for our kindergarten teachers. Word recognition in isolation was identified as the weakest area assessed for first, second, and fifth graders. Performance on the word recognition in isolation subtask impacts performance on the instructional oral reading level, or how quickly or how fluently students can read. The more fluently they can read, the better they comprehend text. Words presented in word recognition task are high-frequency words that students should encounter in grade-level text. Again, these scores may be impacted by students' ability to identify words automatically, and we would suggest that students spend a lot more time actually in text during the day in school. Students in grades 4 through 5 also take a PALS assessment that's called PALS Plus. And this chart shows the fall percentage of students meeting the benchmarks. 81% of our fourth graders met the benchmark, while only 71% of our fifth graders did. Notice that our fifth graders were at an 82% meeting benchmark rate before the summer. This drop may be contributed to a lack of independent reading over the summer, or the fact that more complex skills are assessed at the beginning of the fifth grade PALS. Our focus will be to continue with solid and consistent small group tiered instruction. Reading specialists and principals are looking at this data during leadership meetings, and the division team is looking for strong reading instruction as we go and do walkthroughs and observations in classrooms. Consistently across the division in third grade and fourth grade, spelling has been identified as the weakest area assessed. This task requires students to spell words that represent phonics features necessary to be successful at grade level. These scores may be impacted by students' lack of time in grade level text and possible gaps in phonemic awareness from prior instruction. This would correlate with the lack of automatic word recognition noted in the performance of our first and second graders. We are hoping that a purchase of a good reading textbook will give us some consistency in that Tier 1 instruction. And we've also purchased a phonics program called Haggerty Phonics, and all of our schools, K-5, are implementing that. And that will give explicit phonics instruction, which connects directly to spelling. As you know, we did purchase a new reading textbook for grades 6 through 12 this summer to be implemented this fall. As part of that series, there were pre-tests available to teachers. Again, we did not require a pre-test for grades 6 through 8 because they're taking Virginia Department of Education growth assessments, but we did for grades 9 through 12. This pre-test data was concerning and indicated that 58% of our students in grade 9 through 12 were below expected grade level skills at the time of this pre-test. Traditionally, I will have to say, we've seen strong scores in English and writing at the high school end of course SOL test. Since this is the first year we've been using this series, and we've had some concerns about fidelity to a secondary curriculum, we'll need to look a little bit more carefully at the correlation of this data to actual performance on the SOLs and performance in English classrooms. There's been a lot of professional development in reading for all grade levels. As I mentioned, Haggerty Phonics, using the new Savas textbook to support reading and writing instruction, comprehensive literacy instruction that was offered through the Department of Education. There's also lots of free literacy instruction offered from the Department of Education in Orton-Gillingham, how to use PALS assessment data to guide instruction. Our teachers have gone through understanding scoring training, which helps them understand how the writing SOL test is scored so that they can mimic that in the classroom using rubrics. We've had lots of new teacher training to help new teachers understand that Tier 1 instruction is very important for providing the solid foundations. Again, we are doing walkthroughs in classrooms, providing feedback to teachers, a lot of looking at co-teaching. That's where our general education and special education teachers are working together with students in the classroom because we do see a gap with our students with disabilities. Again, we have writing sample collections. We have lots of training for our elementary reading specialists. They meet monthly to do professional development, and they look at data by zone. And particularly, they look at what interventions at Tier 2 and Tier 3 are working so that they can share that information with one another. I'm also going to tell you just a little bit more about the Virginia Literacy Act in just a minute. So one last data point, and that is our high school students who are taking advanced coursework through advanced placement. We also have a lot of them taking dual enrollment courses. So this is just, AP is where we see a test that we can get scores for. For all of our AP courses, students have the option, but they're not required to take the AP test to score high enough to receive college credit. Depending on the college a student chooses to attend, a score of 3 to 5 may earn them transfer college credit as a freshman. So we offered 27 different advanced placement courses last year, 6 in science, 3 world language, 2 computer science, 2 English, 3 math, 8 social studies, and 2 AP capstone courses, and 1 music theory course. Of the 785 students that were enrolled in these 27 courses, only 570 of them chose to take the AP exam. Of those choosing to take the exam, 81% of them earned a score of 3 or better. We also had an outstanding number of AP scholars this year, with a total of 56 AP scholars recognized from Bedford County School, and they had an average score of 3.47 out of 5, so we're really proud of our AP scholars. Just a quick update, science and history common benchmarks will be given at the end of the first semester to provide teachers and the division with information to prepare for remediation in those 2 subjects for the second semester. Currently, we do have required alternate assessments given for science and history for grade levels that do not have an end-of-year SOL test. These are rubrically graded and available to teachers to use for grading implementation, and they do submit them to the supervisors for review. We've also had a major focus in the first 9 weeks of assisting teachers with supporting the new science textbooks that were bought. All of our teachers we've talked to have been super excited about the resources with those textbooks. It's been a while since we've had some good, solid science textbooks. Just a few little important things I think you might want to know. We are excited to announce the addition of 3-year-olds to our preschool programs. We currently have 43 3-year-olds being served in our schools. We also have 203 4-year-olds being served in preschool for a total of 246. Our preschool programs make a significant difference for our students entering kindergarten. Our state officials continue to discuss universal preschool for all students, which would be a wonderful advancement in Virginia. The Virginia Department of Education released the first growth assessment in reading and math last year in the fall. They gave us vertical scale scores that were later used to identify student growth on the spring 2022 SOL test. This year, students will have to take 3 of these tests in reading and math, 1 in the fall, 1 mid-year, and 1 in the spring, and that is the final full SOL test. Scores were released, but unfortunately, we were expecting to get some data that would help guide us a little bit, but we did not really receive anything that we could use at the division level to really help us look at data for grades 3 through 5. However, teachers have been given something that's very beneficial, which is a student detail by question, which allows them to identify the specific questions students missed on the growth assessment and specific skills that need to be targeted in strengths and weaknesses. If we receive more information from DOE, which we have been expecting, I will make sure to let you know in the future. I will let you know that Mr. Blankenship and I have provided some feedback to the assessment office that more information is really needed with these growth assessment scores to allow schools and division level analysis. The reason we did not do a common benchmark in reading and math grades 3 through 8 was because we didn't want to over-test our students. However, the data that we received back isn't really helping guide our supports for schools. Also, the supervisors have been focused on the creation of benchmarks for subjects and grade levels that do not have growth assessments. We're also encouraging teachers in science to use the resources and test in the new textbooks. There will be a second quarter benchmark, and I will let you know how those scores go when we finish those in December. Also, last week, Dr. Bergen and I were able to attend a session at the VASS conference on the Virginia Literacy Act. Currently, the Department of Education is working in partnership with the University of Virginia and Virginia Literacy Partnerships to create teams from across Virginia to vet textbook resources for the components that target the science of reading. They hope to release a list of textbooks for purchase no later than the end of the summer. We're hoping a little bit earlier than that so we can get these in our teachers' hands and get training. As part of the Literacy Act, there will be an advisory group that will help determine professional development requirements for teachers, specific training for reading specialists, guidelines for reading plans for individual students that will be required, guidelines for division literacy plans, and they'll also be offering micro-credentialing for teachers seeking reading specialist endorsements, and they will be paying for regional literacy coaches that will be hired to support our region and our local schools. So we'll continue to update you as we get more information. So just as our teachers identify students that need tiered intervention, the instruction team has identified schools, grade levels, and content that require tiered intervention. As you can see on this chart, areas falling in Tier 3 require more time and more intensive support. 5 schools have been identified through the school improvement process for Tier 3 support and monitoring. These 5 schools have already had intense academic reviews. The instruction team went into these schools. We had a team of 8 to 10 supervisors, directors, and Dr. Calvert and myself. And we spent about 1 to 2 days in each of those 5 schools. The primary focuses were on the instructional leadership of the principal and classroom lesson evaluation. We looked at data trackers, grade level minutes, faculty handbooks, faculty training, expectations in the school, lesson plans. We did classroom observations. We talked to staff. We talked to students. And we have a report of our findings with action steps for improvement. Those action steps would be alignment of curriculum, looking at lesson plans. I am looking at observations that principals are doing on the feedback they're offering teachers, and I'm giving suggestions. Each of us as directors, supervisors, and executive level mentor one school, and we're responsible for the support of those schools. And the highest level, Dr. Calvert, myself, Dr. Trosper, Mrs. Robertson, Ms. Jennings, we are working with those 5 schools. We also have identified 6 schools that would fall into what we consider Tier 2, and they're being monitored due to a variety of academic concerns that include some subgroup achievement data, graduation rates, and so we're monitoring them so that we hope that they don't move into Tier 3. And part of that monitoring, these principals came to our team, the directors, we call it the Learner Support Team, LST, and they presented their CSIP, and they presented the goals that they have for their school and their data to our team. Right there on the spot, we offered suggestions, we offered some ideas for how they can provide feedback to teachers, and we'll continue to follow up with them in their school improvement plans and with support. 8 schools are currently considered Tier 1, so they receive the universal support from the instruction team, what everyone receives. So this includes the basic supports, but not at the same level of intensity because, we are trying to really focus on our Tier 3 and Tier 2 schools. Our team will continue to bring quarterly data to the board as we monitor school progress and growth. Tonight I was able to share just a fraction of the information regarding data and support that our team does. I would invite anyone that would like to have a more in-depth view of the data to reach out to me, and Dr. Trosper and I would be happy to schedule a time to meet for you to meet with the entire instruction team to discuss exactly what they see in each of our schools. So that'll give you a deeper level of detail than could be provided tonight. So please, if you're interested, reach out. And at this time, I welcome any questions you might have.
Knew where to go. Okay. I absolutely do want to
Yes, ma'am.
get a deeper look. Just a couple questions, because I'll ask, I think, most of them later. Do we still do anything when you spoke about math and the fact that the students, if I'm understanding you correctly, had trouble with, math talk and getting through problems like that? That's such an important skill. Do we still do math talk or something like that?
We do something like that. Now, I will say that Mrs. Bowyer is really working with a lot of our newer teachers on how to do that and how to do that well at the elementary level. We are also still using AMC in the schools that purchased that originally, and Mrs. Bowyer has gone back to do retraining of that to make sure our new teachers understand how to use that as an intervention.
Have something like Math Talk. There's a program out there, Math Talk. I don't know
Yes,
if you're familiar with
I
that.
can't say that every school, everybody's using it, but it's definitely one of the focuses that Mrs. Bowyer is using as a support. I could get, well, if you want to come in for a follow-up, Ms. Bowyer will be there and we can actually talk about
what
that.
I'm interested in is not maybe so much that program, is just that
You're
is such
doing
an
it.
important
Yeah.
part of a math class, probably something that most of us sitting here never had. And the research on that is just so compelling. I think it's an important part of a math class.
Yes.
But it does take training and it does take practice. And
I do know for a fact she has created some tools that are easy for teachers to use to help with how do you ask questions that make students think critically, how do we talk about math, how do we talk about how we're working problems, it's not just sit and do. So that's definitely a focus.
then in math class, you said that Mrs. Boyer was creating, like, for example, co-lessons. I didn't write down everything you said. And that's wonderful. I think that's a great thing. How do we keep any data at all, or do we have any way of tracking to know that these really valuable resources are actually being accessed and used?
We know more specifically at our Tier 3 and Tier 2 schools because we actually wrote those in as some of our action steps to use a co-teaching lesson plan. We are also doing walkthroughs in co-teaching classrooms in connection with our special education department. And sending that data, our walkthrough data goes automatically into a program that our supervisors have created, and that data goes to the principal. So we are monitoring. We recognize co-teaching as a weakness that we need more professional development in. And Mrs. Jennings' team is going through a federal monitoring, and last year they did an assessment of where do we stand with co-teaching and where do we stand with inclusion. And so she definitely has some data points for professional development moving forward. We did send the supervisors to a team training this summer on co-teaching so that they could provide really good supports and tools to teachers.
I just do an internet search for the Virginia Literacy Act. I mean, are you looking at a special document or?
I just use my notes from the session, but there is a special site and I can send it to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Woodford, first of all, thank you for such a thorough report here that you've given us. And I do want to visit with you later.
Okay.
To look at some other data that you had mentioned. This is just a comment regarding the VKRP data that you shared with us.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think that's pretty impressive from these kindergarten or pre-K kids. That's really quite impressive. And I was really thrilled to see the 80 percentile in their self-regulations. Mm-hmm. So what do you contribute that to? What are we doing? Is it Beth Robertson and some of her strategies and techniques?
Well, I will say I do think that our primary teachers have definitely needed a lot of support with self-regulation. It's our students have been somewhat dysregulated. I definitely know that when we are asking principals and teachers what they want, we did a listening event recently, and we could not hear enough about the appreciation of support of IDS. I just think it's really, I will say Mrs. Robertson does a lot of training with teachers, and just so you know, she's been at Goodview for weeks now in one kindergarten class helping to get some kids regulated, and so they're lucky to get the expert there. But I think our teachers have some really good strategies. I think now they are feeling more comfortable getting back into the swing of things. I think having our preschoolers in person, face-to-face, is getting them prepared for kindergarten. I think we're seeing a little bit more dysregulation at first and second, but we're getting there. But we definitely have a lot of needs that our instructional design specialists are trying to fill?
Speaking of third graders, while certainly we all understand that those children certainly lost a lot in those past couple of years, but when I look at the third graders and their data, their PALS data, it is a little concerning to me. I think
Because what we do know is they have to be able to read before they leave elementary school, really by third grade.
That's
Yeah.
exactly, you just took the words right out of my mouth, is that in third grade, you know, we need these children reading on grade level because it's nearly impossible for them to catch up after that. So when I meet with you, I would love to just know more about what you guys are doing to help those students. And also, I'd like to just also have more information too, just giving you a heads up as to what to expect from me. Your tier monitoring that you're doing, so I would want to know a little bit more about that. But thank you for the report.
Dale?
Dr. Woodford, on this pyramid, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, have you compared the amount of dollars that we're spending at each of those schools? And what I'm interested in is how that relates to the tier that they're in.
I can definitely do, I've never done that, but I could work with Mr. Hagler. I think he has do you have per pupil by school?
Yeah, when we submit the annual school report to the state, they come out later in the year and they put data out per school expenditures. It breaks it out by federal, state, local. Well, state and local is always combined, and then federal. So we can correlate that to what your request is, and I'll assist Dr. Woodford in that.
Per student, right?
And
Per
does
student,
that
yes,
include
yes,
Title
sir.
I?
It includes all federal, so you would
That would be
expect that at
helpful.
Title I schools, the federal money would be there.
I'm interested to
Yes.
know what we're spending and
Yes, sir.
Okay.
where they fit into those tiers.
We'll look
happy
at the
to.
annual school report and correlate that back to that.
Okay,
I'll
thank
do
you.
that.
And then Dr. Woodford, the only other question I have is for tier 3. I hear you have action plans for them. What is the accountability plan?
So in those action plans from the academic review, there is action steps, then there is who is supposed to monitor that, and then it says what's the evidence that they have to submit for monitoring. And I will say what we tried to do for that was support, but also very specific tangible things that could be done to improve instruction. So as part of the monitoring, they will come at mid-year and bring any data, any artifacts that they've gathered. We'll look at, are those action steps helping to improve performance? We'll be looking at, mid-year PALs. We'll be looking at benchmarks. And we can always adjust those action steps, but there is a monitoring portion that's required, and at the division level, we're required to monitor and sign off that we are monitoring all year.
And maybe I need to go a little bit deeper, but
Sure.
from a supervisor, your team, down to the principal, there is an accountability plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I will be interested in how that goes and having discussion on those as we continue to focus on these tier 3 schools.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Any more questions for Dr. Woodford? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Woodford. Okay, we're going to move on to item 4.01, Program of Studies. Dr. Trosper?
I'm going to let him spread out at my mic.
Good evening. Tonight I'll be discussing the program of studies for the 23-24 school year for your consideration. As we developed the program of studies, our goal was to create a program that was more user-friendly. And as we created it, we wanted to make something that was informative, as it always has been, if not more informative than as we had moving forward, but also just understandable. And as we developed this, we were thinking about our families and community members who maybe don't have that background in education. And so we hope that these goals have been reflected as you look at the document that's been provided to you. Just a quick overview of the timeline. Developing the program of studies began this summer. In July, the instruction team met with our counselors and we basically took their feedback, we took their input, we gave them opportunity to ask questions and really helped shape our work. In September, we met with our principals, elementary and secondary, met with the instruction team, members of the executive team. And at that time, there was requests for new courses. We discussed recommendations for each subject area and changes that needed to be made. And so in between those meetings and tonight, myself and the instruction team have worked diligently to create the product that you have in front of you, the draft document, and then in December, we'll bring it back to you as an action item to vote so we can begin that process of enrolling students in courses for next year and then developing our master schedules. I do want to share some revisions tonight. So we do have a number of changes to this year's program of studies. And the first you'll notice is just a redesign of the format. The appearance is totally different from previous versions, and I want to especially recognize Ms. Allison Kapler. She's our supervisor of science and computer science, and she was responsible for the design of this program. She went above and beyond her typical responsibility. She's already working very hard with her job, and so I just really appreciate her time and all the supervisors' time they put into that. Just to show you some of the redesign, first of all, the vision and mission was redone to reflect the strategic framework that you have voted on previously. And we also have a table of contents that was simplified to allow for quick reference and easy access to some of the relevant sections. Our course descriptions, in previous versions, there's a lot of information, and someone who read it had to search considerably to find the information they needed. So we created a consistent format that clearly specifies prerequisites, what grade levels the course is offered in, the grade scale, in other words, the weight, whether it's 4.0, 5.0, and then the credits the course is worth. We also have put stickers or labels on courses, and so if a course is an advanced placement, a dual enrollment course, a Susie Gibson course, or an SOL tested course, there's a sticker right there beside the course description. Again, just for easy access, just for clarity for anyone who would like to know. Some other revisions that were included was a standard of learning testing schedule. So a table was added to give a visual representation of what subjects are SOL tested in each grade. There's a new section about the Transfer Virginia and Passport programs. So this is under the advanced placement and dual enrollment courses. And so the Transfer Virginia website allows families to have consistent and current information. And it comes from 39 of our 2- and 4-year colleges and universities in Virginia. What families can do is they can look at the dual enrollment courses that their child has attained in high school and see which of those courses would transfer into which institution so they can make better informed decisions about school once they leave high school. The dual enrollment passport program is similar to the transfer program, and this is designed to help students select appropriate program of studies at 4-year institutions to ensure that courses they do transfer are relevant to their course of studies. There's a career planning section, and we've added an update or a description of major clarity. So in 7th grade, students complete an academic and career plan through Major Clarity. This is something that's available to all of our students in grades 6 through 12. This program provides academic advising for these students and helps them explore opportunities and select pathways of studies that will address their specific career goals. There's also a description of career clusters, and these are a group of occupations in broad industries, and within each cluster, there's a common set of skills and knowledge. So all of our CTE courses are aligned with those 17 career clusters, so we want our families just to know what they were so they can research further. Every year, the Department of Education and our school board provides changes, updates to policies, particularly this past school year. So any policy update has been implemented in the program of studies. And one I did want to call your attention to is the public complaints about learning resources. We've had a few conversations about that policy, and so I've provided a summary of what that policy is and then a link to the actual policy so anyone who is interested in how to go about that process can access that through our program. And then the final one would be science description. So this year is the first year we fully implemented 2018 science standards. And so all of the levels at elementary, middle, and high school were updated to reflect what is in those standards, again, that were fully implemented during this school year. We'll talk a few minutes about our sequencing charts. So all of our subjects had a sequence redesign, and this redesign emphasized course pathways that students can take. These are meant to be a quick reference for families, administrators, counselors, teachers, and they essentially outline what courses may be taken within each course subject sequence and outlines what an advanced and standard diploma path would look like. I do want to call your attention to some changes in our science in our history sequencing for middle school students. So in science, we have made some adjustments to the course sequences in an effort to provide students necessary opportunities to learn science through, number one, through doing and through hands-on experiences in science. In order to master and show proficiency in these new science standards, students are going to have to spend lots of time in these scientific engineering practices, again, through the doing, through hands-on lab activities. And we wanted to provide an application or a focus on application of science instead of just recall of specific facts. So the sequencing has changed. So what we're proposing is that in grade 6, students will take Science 6 instead of life science that they've had in the previous few school years. Starting in the 24-25 school year, they will take Science 6 in 6th grade, Life Science in 7th grade, Physical Science in 8th grade, and then we would move Earth Science to the high school. So this is part of a 3-year crosswalk, which we think is going to better prepare our middle school students for high school programs of study, and also give students some options as they go into high school after they take that biology, which all will have to take. Then they can make the choice to go into earth science or another field of science based on their career goals or their interest. In social studies, students are going to take U.S. history in 6th grade, civics and economics in 7th grade, and world geography in 8th grade instead of world history 1 as they have in previous school years. During the 24-25 school year, we would anticipate moving World History 1 to the 9th grade. And this change was made after consulting all of our social studies teachers, not only last year, but in the previous school years. And the sequence that we are proposing represents the preference of the majority of social studies teachers when they were surveyed. This decision to move world geography to 8th grade was made primarily because geography has been shown as a consistent weakness for students across grade levels, and understanding geography is a skill needed to be successful in all history courses, in World History 1, World History 2, U.S. History, and so we want to help them develop this foundational skill in a course prior to moving to the high school. The other justification is that this actually aligns with the sequence of studies for most of our surrounding school divisions, and so as we have students transferring to Bedford County, doing this will allow us to work with them, help them to get the credits they need to graduate on time. This has been a challenge previously. I want to discuss the new courses that we're going to offer, or that we're proposing to offer for next year. So we're actually proposing 18 new courses to the program, 14 of which are CTE courses. And I want to be really clear with the board that to offer a CTE course, it's a process where we start an application with the Department of Education. It has to be submitted and approved. Some of the requests for CTE courses have come from individual schools. Some are potentially going to be offered at Susie Gibson. And so the first step to offering these is we need approval from the board through the program of studies. Once we receive your approval, then we will submit our applications to the state. But please understand that just approving the course does not necessarily mean we're going to have the staffing or the student interest. This is the first step. If we don't take this step, then obviously we cannot offer them. So we're going to begin exploring those upon your approval. And so there's a lot of logistics to work through. But this is an ambitious list of course requests for CTE, and it really reflects our desire to offer more opportunities for students that are relevant to them and to our local workforce. So I'm just going to go through them quickly. Before I do that, I just want to say a word of commendation to our Forest schools. Forest Middle and Jefferson Forest High School really collaborated on these course offerings, so I'll explain how they did that as I go through these, but really commend those two administrators for their teamwork on that. And so the first CTE course is Career Strategies, and this is one where we have a lot of our students take early release and they go work in jobs through our marketing program. And as we've researched that, we realized that really if you're not in a marketing career, that's not an appropriate course. So we're going to enroll these kids in career studies. So if they go work and they go get internship opportunities, it's going to be called career studies and not marketing. It doesn't change teacher certifications, doesn't change really course descriptions. It just makes sure they're in an appropriate course. The next would be Criminal Justice 1 and 2. Early last year, we were approached by the Bedford Sheriff's Department just asking us to explore offering some courses in this field to help address some of their job shortage issues. They had asked us to consider a partnership, and so we're going to explore this. Again, a lot of details to work out, but we do think that there's a chance we're going to have student interest and potentially able to find some instructors in this field after our conversations with them. The next CTE would be our cybersecurity, and this represents a 4-year sequence. And so the first one would be cybersecurity fundamentals. This course would be available to any student in grades 9 through 12. And what this does is becomes the prerequisite for any future cybersecurity courses. We've had, again, a lot of interest, had businesses specifically approach us saying we need employees, we need kids that are skilled, and so we think we're going to get a lot of community support as we start this. The next three, cybersecurity systems technology, would be taken in 10th grade. Cybersecurity systems technology advanced would be in 11th grade. And cybersecurity network systems would be in 12th grade. None of those three could be taken next year just because you need the fundamentals as a prerequisite. But we wanted you to see this is our vision, is a 4-year sequence of cybersecurity. So we wanted to go ahead and get it all in the program now, just to give you, again, an idea of what our vision would be for CTE and cybersecurity. The next course is Emergency Medical Technician. So again, we were approached by the Bedford County Center for Economic Development and the Bedford Fire Department and essentially said there's a severe job shortage for this field, not only in Bedford but in surrounding areas. And so they've offered some ideas for partnerships. This is actually a course that we took out of the program of studies last year where we didn't think we could find an instructor, and we had not for years. But again, after talking to them, we felt like there's a good chance that we could find some instructors. And so our next step would be to get student interest and try to get some kids enrolled in that. Next course is Game Design and Development. So this is one where some students have expressed interest at Forest Middle, and it would be accessible to anyone in Bedford County, but this is specifically where the request came from. And what is interesting is this is a course that would ultimately complete with programming, which is another course that we're recommending and students would take at the high school. So programming is really, it's a new CTE course, but it's a name change. This is a computer science class, is what it is the name. And what we found is the course description of the computer science that we're currently teaching is actually consistent with programming. So we're calling it a different name, but not changing what is being taught or the description. Note that while we are changing computer science to programming and advanced programming, we are not replacing AP computer science courses, and this was absolutely done with consultation with our teachers. But what this does is it allows programming and computer science to now be a CTE completer sequence, so students can get CTE credit in addition if they want to get math elective credit or even science credit. So it's a flexible option that we think benefits our students. So that's programming and advanced programming. Production Systems was a course that was, again, recommended by Forest Middle, and it completes with a number of courses already offered at Jefferson Forest High School. And so, for example, this one would complete with Construction Technology, which is a relatively new course at JF. Technology of Robotic Design completes with Technical Drawing and Design, which is at a few of our schools, but again, just an example of the collaboration with Forest Middle and JF High School where kids can take those classes and go on to JF. And then the last one we're excited about is Virginia Teachers for Tomorrow Part 2. This really reflects a change in the sequence at University of Lynchburg, which is who we offer dual enrollment in a partnership with. So previously, students that were in Teachers for Tomorrow would take 1 year of this class and then get 4 college credits. Well, University of Lynchburg has restructured it to where you can take Teachers for Tomorrow 1 first semester, get 4 college credits, and then take Part 2 second semester and get 4 more credits. So our students can enroll in this and actually get 8 college credits before they graduate. And so I think that's a good opportunity, and we're trying to be responsive to University of Lynchburg, but again, excited for our students to have that opportunity. And then moving outside of CTE, we're adding American Sign Language 3. We've actually had some requests over the years, and this would be a Virtual Virginia course, but we wanted to make sure it was in our program so students could take that. Applied Mathematics, this actually used to be pre-college concepts. What we found is, again, after consulting with our teachers, the course description for Applied Mathematics is actually more appropriate to what we have always been doing as opposed to pre-college concepts. And so the name reflects what we've been doing and some of the updates that we think would be more appropriate. Data Science was actually a pilot course across Virginia last year. And this course was created based on expressed interest of businesses that were looking for employees that could actually use and analyze and help guide them in decisions based on a lot of data. Kind of like we tell our schools, we do a lot of collecting of data, but what do we do with it? And so this is an opportunity to get students interested in how to use data for local businesses. And so we're going to offer that. This would typically be used as a 4th math class for seniors. A math elective. So, we're going to offer that and see what kind of interest we get. And then finally, AP Pre-Calculus. This is just a new AP class that's been created, so we want to offer that as well and make it available to our students. And then finally, this chart just shows course name changes. These are not new courses. This is not changing any course descriptions, but occasionally the state does change their names. They make tweaks to that. Verso, which is our CTE program that we look at, has made some changes, and so we simply wanted to make those changes to stay consistent with those updates. So I won't go through those course by course, but you certainly can reference that and be happy to answer questions for you. So as I said, the program of studies will be an action item in December. So upon the board's approval, schools will use the program to create course registration. They will start to generate student interest, get them enrolled in courses by the end of February. And then at that time, schools will begin to build their master schedules in preparation for the 23-24 school year. So at this time, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Hill?
All right, Dr. Trosper, on the CTE slide 10, where all of the CTE classes are listed and that you covered,
Yes.
will all of these offer like a certification or some type of something tangible the student can take with them to go to the next level?
Correct. I appreciate you asking that. We've had a lot of conversations with the instruction team. Mr. Hassan actually discussed this today. We really need to take a look at our CTE courses, not with the, well, let me answer your question. Yes, the answer is yes. Beyond that, at each of our base schools, that is an area we need to improve. We want to make sure that as students start CTE courses, that there's a clear path to a completer and that there's a certification at the end. And as we shared last month, our students are already doing well, but we think we can do a lot better. A lot of those completers have come through our Susie Gibson programs, and we need to get them in the base school. So that is something that Mr. Haas and I are working on. We're going to be meeting with administrators, CTE departments very soon just to share that. And what we want to avoid is islands or courses that are kind of on their own in isolation that don't connect with any completer. So we do need to look at that and phase those out and make sure that they're more relevant and have a completer sequence.
On these classes, is there a cost to the student?
To the student, I don't believe so. That is not something that was discussed. I will follow up and make sure that's correct, but I don't believe there is a cost.
And here's why I asked that question, and you're going to start hearing this. Dr. Woodford and I have talked about this. Dr. Bergen and I have talked about this. We need to make sure all of our students have options, not just the ones that can write a check and
sure.
But we want to make sure everyone. And so what do we do? What do we need to do to find the funding? So if we have 1 or 5,000 students who are interested in a path, how do we make sure it happens?
Sure. And as you were saying that, Mr. Hill, so teachers for tomorrow, that is a dual enrollment, so they are going to have to pay some tuition. So I didn't think about that, but that is something that, again, we talked about last month. And so we could provide more information, if we want to look into providing more tuition support.
Yeah, I'm even interested in what are the opportunities that we can partner with either CVCC, the universities. I mean, we are in a rich environment of educational opportunities. And so we need to start thinking outside of the box of how do we offer these classes, us paying for it because it's our student. And I want to make sure we're looking at those options. And so if it's a teacher that we employ, great, but if it's CVC professor or Liberty University or Lynchburg University, how do we make that happen on our campuses? And so I love these new courses. Cybersecurity is awesome. Everything listed here. When I saw game design and development, how do we get our students involved to create things that our other students can learn with, that they can relate to? Anybody that has kids, grandkids, whatever, they know that our kids are into gaming, and if we can have our other kids develop it into something that our other kids will enjoy, I love the opportunities there. But I am interested to know, how do we make sure everyone knows about these classes? How do we make sure that there's not a limitation based on funding? Let's get creative. We've got businesses, universities who are willing to partner with us. Let's figure out how to make sure if there's 5,000 interested, there's 5,000 to get it. So, thank you.
Yes, I just have a couple comments. I love the look of the new program of studies, thank you. I don't know, went right out of my head. I think the design is really pleasing to look at. It flows, the spacing is much improves the look of it. The stickers, the color coding on the tabs, it's really good. I'm really anxious, and I'm not sure I've ever said this, to go home and really look at the program of studies. I'm assuming this at some point will be online.
It is now. It's attached to the agenda.
I'm sorry, I've hit this like 3 times. The only thing I would say, and I'm just making a suggestion here, is there any way to hyperlink the table of contents so that you're not like scrolling through like 75 pages?
I actually think it is.
It is online?
Try it, and if it doesn't work, I can certainly fix that.
Yeah, it didn't here, so.
Okay, yeah,
that's why
it
I
should
was
be, so
asking.
we'll go back and look at that. That was a goal of ours.
I love the changes to the science and social studies course pathways. I think those courses moved into the high school are much more suited in the high school. I also loved the ambitious courses of the CTE, and I looked at the gaming and design and said, yeah, I would take that. So really good job on this. I think it's going to be it is a really nice document. So thank everyone for all their work on that.
Everyone has said everything that I wanted to say.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think that this is very well done, and I think that all these CTE courses, it's just pulling us more forward into the future. I think it's great for our students to be able to have these options. So definitely think that you're going to get some really good interest in a lot of these programs. So nice job.
Anything else?
I did have one question.
Okay.
Are we still going to keep the electrical?
That is still in the program, yes,
Okay.
sir. And so we're going to post that, and we're hopefully going to be able to hire for that. So that is still going to be an option also.
Thank you, Dr. Strasburg. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on to 4.02, fiscal year 2023-2024 budget calendar. Mr. Hagler?
Ready for another budget cycle? In front of you tonight is a proposed budget calendar to develop the budget for the 23-24 year. This will be brought back in for December for the board to vote on. There is activity already going on to gather data. As Dr. Woodford mentioned, central office staff went out to each school and stayed there all day long to listen to any employee with ideas related to anything, not just budget, but a lot of different things. And we're going through that data, and we'll present some of that to the board as items of suggestion for the budgets. PTA council, surveys to the principals meeting next week. So that's ongoing where we're gathering data. Slight change to what we've done in the past, working with the finance committee. We're going to solicit all this data, put it all into a list. We're also going to bring in data from last year, unfunded needs from last year, combine all that. And the finance committee, I think Dr. Mealy, who chairs that, will send that out to all the board members to provide feedback. So you have a little bit of homework over Christmas break. We'll get that back in early January, tally it up, put it into something, and then that will all be presented to the full board. You've already seen it individually, kind of put your ranking on it, but then the finance committee will present that to the full board at the January 12th meeting. Doesn't mean you're locked in for that, but just the ideas and priorities going forward, and so everybody's thinking about that. So we're gathering as much data as we can, input for that. I'll put cost estimates on that, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. So this is a draft of the recommendations for the budget calendar for next year for your consideration. We'll be bringing it back in December for a vote. Any questions that you might have on this?
One question.
Yes, sir.
And maybe Dr. Mealy can answer, will the finance committee be bringing to us options or recommendations on things to cut in order to add?
Yeah, I think there's not going to be a ton of money there. And last year, I sent out an email to everybody saying list your wants, and then I collated them all, sent them back out to you, said here's the top 5, pick your top 2 or 3. And so we're going to do that again because I think that worked well. That way, at least we had input. We weren't taking board time to do that. So, yeah, if we get requests where we say, this is number one, we've got to do this, then we're going to have to look for ways, suggestions to say how we might pay for that. But I will caution you that when I send this out, that January 3rd date is a pretty hard date. Okay, so I will, be pretty good about sending reminders to you, but that January 3rd date is hard because everything kind of got moved up or back this year. So we need that. But yes, I think we need to do that if we have to. If we can't fund what we need to fund. I think probably, one of the things we were carrying over from last year is finishing out the pay steps and everything that all the groups we couldn't do. So that's probably going to be a priority in there. So.
To add on to that, yes, sir. When we present this in early January, we won't have a full picture of the revenue. We'll have the governors, and I will brief on that, recommendation for the budget. Then we wait for the General Assembly, House, and Senate. We usually wait for that before Dr. Bergen will present, a revised budget. But the committee will meet to look at the revenues. A lot of this list is, I'll put it as want-tos or desires. The technical adjustments that are have-tos, fuel, electrical, those will be built in as technical. Those got to go forward. So I'll build in the technicals, look at the revenue, and see, and then we'll start adding the priorities and rankings and see what we can do. If we have to go into other areas because we think some of those things are more important, there may be cuts that have to be made in other areas to achieve some of those. So all that'll be worked through and via the board with the committee given instructions and back and forth. So that would be the goal over January, February, March.
Questions? Anyone? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hagler. Moving on to 4.03, policy updates. Dr. Bergen.
Yes, ma'am. The Intergovernmental Affairs Committee met on October 25th to review proposed revisions brought forward by staff for 7 policies. As always, for the viewing public, all of the information is linked in the agenda. You can see all of the red line versions. I'll just give a very quick overview of the 7 policies and what's being suggested for revision, beginning with policy BFC, policy adoption. Language is being incorporated to our current procedures that require that all policies are first reviewed by the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, or IGA, before being presented to the entire board for consideration, as well as specifying that regulations are subject to revision by the superintendent. Policy DGC, school activity funds, it's suggested that we add some language recommended by our outside auditors, which would prevent any employee from signing on a check for which they would be reimbursing themselves. That's just good, sound fiscal policy, so that has been recommended into our policy. Policy EEAD, special use of school buses, is being proposed that we update to allow that our school buses could be used by third-party entities as long as they follow all of our district regulations. Currently, we couldn't allow a third party, but this revision would allow us to consider that should the opportunity ever arise. Policy GBC, staff compensation procedures. The policy's been updated to specify that employees receive their annual compensation amount monthly over a 12-month period of time, and to remove reference to a form that is no longer used. I think 2 of the more significant ones that you're certainly going to want to review prior to bringing these, well, we'll review them all, but I'm going to draw particular focus to IIA, instructional materials. This policy has been updated to reflect enactment in state code in Senate Bill 656, which requires parental notification of any sexually explicit content in curriculum materials. That same Senate Bill 656 required that the Virginia Department of Education develop model policies for all local school boards to consider. We have received that model policy. We reviewed it with the committee. We are on a clock that we must update those model policies by January 1st, so we're presenting for information tonight and adoption next month, so they'll go into effect on the 1st of January. Relatedly, policy IIAB was previously retired by the school board in 2011, and language was incorporated into IIA, but we just believe it's too cumbersome to have both in core instructional materials, IIA, and supplemental materials, IIAB, in the same one policy. So we're recommending we unretire IIAB and specify, again, supplemental materials also require parental notification for sexually explicit content. I'd like to note that the committee members did have additional questions about IIA and IIAB other than this new requirement of parental notification for sexually explicit content. So we are likely to continue to discuss this policy in January and could potentially be bringing it back for further revisions after the committee's review and their questions have been answered. And then lastly, we have policy JBA for section 504, non-discrimination and complaint procedures. This policy has been updated with language added simply to conform with recommendations that define the specific procedures parents would file on a complaint alleging any action that's prohibited by section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. Again, the full detail is linked within the agenda item, and either myself or our two committee members would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Bergen. Okay, now that takes care of that. Let's move on down to action item 9.01, approval of calendar choice for 2023-2024. Dr. Woodford.
So based on feedback from a staff survey that I shared with you last month, the staff would recommend the adoption of Calendar B for the 2023-24 school year.
Questions for Dr. Woodford? Okay, do I have a motion regarding the calendar choice for 2023-2024?
So moved.
For option
Calendar B.
Calendar B. Approval for calendar B for, okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I saw you. Okay, Mr. Daniels. I saw her mouth, but I heard your voice. That was kind of odd.
Same page.
Okay, I have a motion and a first to accept option B as the calendar choice. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Do I have a motion for approval of policy updates presented at the October 13, 2022 board meeting?
Madam Chairman, I propose that we accept the policy updates as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Mealy. I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Daniels. Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am, I just have one note to add. We presented 9 policies last month for your consideration, but I did caution the board that the 9th policy, JOC, privacy, dignity, and respect for all students and parents in the schools, might not be returning pending any potential possible legal matters. That did transpire. The policy triggered another automatic 30-day wait period for those legal issues to be resolved. It could extend even further. So the public did hear you all were presented with a draft. It's still sitting there in draft, and we'll wait for further direction from the state. So it's 9 were presented, but we're bringing 8 back for action.
Thank you for the clarification. So I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
So, Ms. Kirby, do we need to remove the JOC since that was presented? So do we need to change the motion?
It wasn't listed in the action item.
Yes.
tonight.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I just wanted to let you all know that it wasn't in the action item.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 10, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Bergen.
Well, would you like to celebrate some kids tonight?
Please.
Oh, yeah. So slide 1, 5 Jefferson Forest High School students were selected by audition for the All South Central Regional Orchestra. They included Leo Chang on violin, Angelina, I'm going to mispronounce your last name, I'm afraid, Guo on violin as well, Courtney Trahant on the English horn, Jack Waters on trombone, and Brianna Yates on flute. The South Central Regional Orchestra event will take place on November 11 and 12 in Richmond. So congratulations to those students and best wishes on your competitions. Congratulations to these 13 students pictured on the slide. These students come from Liberty Middle School and Liberty High School, and they were selected by their principals to serve on the Mayor's Student Advisory Council and were recognized at the Bedford Town Council meeting on October 25th. I know we had board members that were able to attend as well as central staff, and we appreciate the Town Council support and the Mayor's support of eliciting comments from our students about what they love about their school systems and how we can make improvements. Liberty High School hosted the Seminole District cheerleading competition on Wednesday, October 12th. Battling against fierce competition, the Jefferson Forest High School cheerleaders placed first and the Liberty High School cheerleaders placed second. Jefferson Forest then went on to reign as the champions at the Region 4D competition and placed fourth in state competition. So congratulations to all of our cheerleaders and to JF on their placement of fourth. On October 15th, the Jefferson Forest High School Marching Cavaliers took first place in Group 4 and won all the caption awards at the Virginia Marching Band Cooperative Tidewater Regional Competition. Their band posted the highest score of all 22 bands in the competition, which was for 5 size classifications. Then on the 22nd of October, at the Drums Along the Blue Ridge Marching Band Competition, they went on to post the highest score of the day and their highest score of the season, then blew it out of the stadium in the finals that night. The Marching Cavaliers were named Grand Champion, winning all caption awards and posting the highest score for the second week in a row in the Virginia Marching Band Cooperative Competition for this season. And then, on November 5th, I had the pleasure of watching them perform at the Virginia Marching Band Cooperative State Championships, which were held at Liberty University. We had an army of JF parents who organized and hosted the event, and neither the early morning rain nor the power outages could deter our Marching Cavaliers, who took second place in Group 4, winning Best General Effect and Best Percussion in the preliminary competition, before advancing to the Commonwealth Cup Finals, where they achieved their highest placement ever in that competition with a 4th place overall. Congratulations to our Marching Cavaliers. Congratulations also to our JF Cavalier Thespians, who recently took the runner-up trophy for their one-act play called The Beggar's Opera at the Virginia Theater Association Convention. JF and Stafford High School will now represent Virginia and compete at the Southeastern Theater Conference, which is going to be held in Lexington, Kentucky next month. JF received special judges awards for Best Costumes, Best Ensemble, and Technical Merit, and 3 students, Carter Rice, Anna Miller, and Blake McGregor, were named to the All-Star cast, and Eliza Hayes and Annalise Schultz received Best Performer awards. Also on November 5th, the Cavalier Thespians competed at and won the Theater Festival for VHSL Section 4D2 with individual recognitions for Carter Rice, Sarah Lynn Laux, and Eliza Hayes for Outstanding Actor. The group will now compete at the Region 4D Championships in Pulaski on November 19th. Moving down to Stanton River High School, congratulations to Sam Weddle. Sam recently won the Blue Ridge District Cross Country Championship. In doing so, Sam was named the 2022 Blue Ridge District Runner of the Year. Last week at the VHSL Region 3D Cross Country Championships, Sam, along with Jack Weddle and Megan Hawley, were named to the All-Region Cross Country team, and Sam and Jack qualified for the state cross country meet, which will be held this Saturday. The Jefferson Forest boys and girls cross-country teams were recently crowned Seminole District champions, with both teams achieving a perfect score of 15. Junior Zoe Lamanna and Alex Jordan each won their respective race. At the Region 4D Championship in Blacksburg, both teams placed third, earning spots in the VHSL State Championship. Zoe was named the Region 3D Girls Champion, along with 4 other students being named to their respective all-region team, including Alexis Plaster, Alex Jordan, Luke Gaylor, and Macon Smith. Both teams will now compete in the Class 4 State Championship on November 12th at Oatlands Plantation. This will be the 27th state championship appearance for the boys team and the 29th consecutive year for the girls team in qualifying for states. Bedford County Public Schools, in partnership with the Bedford Area Education Foundation, has been recognizing outstanding BC employees. We were able to do so and recognize the two individuals who are on the screen here in the month of October. Congratulations to Forest Middle School Algebra 1 and Geometry teacher Jim Fitch, and Huddleston Elementary School bus driver Glenn Hancock. I visited each of their schools and was able to present them with a gift of appreciation courtesy of the BAEF. If any of you would like to nominate a staff member who goes above and beyond to make a difference for our students, please visit our school division website and click on the link for Bedford's Best, which you will find on the drop-down menu under District News. Back in October, and the week of October 17 to 21 was nationally recognized as National School Bus Safety Week, an excellent reminder for all of us to remember the importance of school bus safety. The theme for this year was one bus plus one driver equals a big impact on education. We'd like to pause and thank at this time all of our bus drivers and all of the members of our transportation team for ensuring that our students make it to school and back home again safely every day. Thank you for always going that extra mile for our students. We are preparing now to showcase some of our best elementary students' artwork, and we want to make sure that you know you're invited to come see it. The Fall Elementary Art Exhibition is being held next week at the Bauer Center for the Arts. There will be artwork from 6 elementary schools, Big Island, Forest, Goodview, Montvale, New London, and Stewartsville on display. The viewing times, if you can make it by the Bauer Center next week, will be every day, Tuesday through Saturday, from 11 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. And on Friday, that time is being extended into the evening to include a reception from 5 to 6:30 p.m. Encourage you all to come by and look at the outstanding art contributions of our elementary school students. Next, in honor of Veterans Day, which is of course tomorrow, November 11th, we'd like again to express our gratitude to all veterans for your courage and your dedication, with special thanks to all of our military families for your support, resilience, and sacrifice. And so now, if you want to give me a little drum roll, no, I'm kidding. 3 things you need to know. Number 1, our top 3 candidates for Teacher of the Year will be announced soon. Most of you know that, or you may have noticed, that each individual school has a Teacher of the Year, and we've been recognizing them with individual posts on our Facebook page. We're proud of each and every one of them and all of our teachers. But we do need to pick 3 from all of those Teachers of the Year from our collective schools. That announcement will be made on November 17th. Number 2, progress reports for the second quarter will go home with students on November 17th and November 30th. So be on the lookout, parents, for interim reports for your students in the month of November. And lastly, just a reminder, school is closed for students and staff on November 23rd, 4th, and 25th for our Thanksgiving holiday break. And that concludes the superintendent's comments at this time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bergen. And congratulations to everyone that got an achievement this month. Let's see. Moving on to 11.1, appointment of school board member to CTE Advisory Committee. I'm going to try to make this quick and easy. Do I have a volunteer? Mr. Nelms? Okay, there we go. Do we have to take a formal motion for that, or is that good enough?
Census.
Census? Mm-hmm. Do you have, are you okay
Congratulations.
with it? You okay with it?
It's yours.
Okay, so we have a consensus now. Okay, committee reports. Mr. Daniels.
All right, so we at the SEAC met on October 20th. We had a presentation and analysis for special needs playgrounds in the county. We are evaluating what those needs are and hope to present to either Town of Bedford or the Board of Supervisors. We will meet again on December 1st. I would also say that at the Darden School of Business in Charlottesville on December 3rd from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. there is the Virginia Autism Hope Summit. And if you would go to whova.com, you can register for that event if you are interested. And that's it.
I was not at the last Finance Committee meeting, so I'm going to pass that to Dr. Mueller.
Jill, do you have any committee reports?
We did not have a meeting for the Central Virginia Gov School for November, so we will meet again in December. The IGA meeting, Dr. Bergen covered the policies. That was from October 25th, and our next meeting is on November 29th.
Have a facility meeting this month.
That was easy then.
It was easy.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mealy?
I believe that Mr. Hagler and I covered everything that was in the meeting during his presentation today.
Wow, I like how fast this is going. Ms. Harrison?
Well, I have to echo what Mr. Holbrook said. So the facility committee has no updates. And as far as the Laurel School is concerned, our next meeting is in December. So I'll report to the board then.
That was the way I always do. Start with you
Back down
then
here?
for your
Okay.
comments.
Right. Well, I want to certainly echo the same sentiments that Dr. Bergen has echoed to our community regarding Veterans Day. I want to extend to all of our veterans in our community, in our school division as well, just my heartfelt gratitude for your service and your dedication and your commitment to our nation. Just a very special thank you to you. And also, I want to extend a thank you to Matt Holbrook. One of our school board members is also formerly in the military, so thank you, Mr. Holbrook, for your service as well. I also want to say to our teachers and our staff that I wish you a blessed Thanksgiving break. I know you have another week or so to go, but please just enjoy your time with your family and friends and just have a wonderful Thanksgiving break. Dr. Bergen, I would ask if you would please follow up with a concern that one of our members of our community brought to us tonight, Mr. Hill, I believe it was. He had commented that he was speaking on the behalf of teachers on some of their concerns regarding not feeling comfortable or to come and express their concerns. I can't speak for every board member, but I can certainly say that it is very important for us to establish and build a community and an environment where all of our staff members, anyone, can come and speak and share their concerns before this board. So I'd like to know, after you have investigated all of this, what was it that they wanted to talk about, what was said to them, why they felt the way that they did, uncomfortable in which to come here and speak. We just cannot have an environment like that for our staff members. They should feel free and open to come and stand here in front of us and share what their concerns are. So I would look forward to some feedback from you. We also had a parent tonight, and I may really ruin her name, so please forgive me. Miss Kelsey Mapes, I think was her name. She's a Otter River parent. She talked about, and she made a very valid point, and I know that we all in here can agree that class size is so important, and it's extremely important at the elementary level. I've said it time and time again that it's so important that we lower those numbers in our K-3. Those are the formative years, and it's so very crucial that we have those numbers at such a level that our teachers can actually do the job that they need to do to prepare these children for their middle school years. I would be curious to know just how many other classes? Is the classroom at Otter River, is it the only classroom, or is it the largest? Let me put it this way. Is it the largest class, first grade class in our division? So if someone could give me an answer to that question, I would really appreciate it. I know that we have paras in the classroom. I know how difficult it's been to fill teaching positions, but we just have to do better. I hope the board as a whole that we will really seriously take a look at our class sizes in our elementary grades, and let's make a difference. And again, I want to extend to Mr. Daniels a congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hairston. Dr. Mealy?
Yes, I'm going to repeat some of what Ms.
Go right ahead.
Harrison said. I'm sure by the time we get to the end, you're all going to be doing that. But I just want to always reach out and say thanks to the teachers and staff and our students for all that you're doing. Students for, working every day, trying your best, and our staff and our teachers for always being there and the dedication they show to Bedford County Public Schools. I also want to congratulate our new administrators and thank them for their service to Bedford County Public Schools. I also had the same concerns, so I just want to piggyback on Ms. Hairston from Mr. Hill. I would like to know, he said that these English teachers, if I understood him correctly, were told that they were not permitted to come to the board. So, and certainly I don't want this public, but I'd like to know who said that to them, and make sure that they are able to access the English supervisor. I mean, they should, if I understood him correctly, I understood him to say that the English supervisor was not meeting with him. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not, but I also had those same concerns. And I think I also want to know, are the teachers able to use resources of their choice, emphasizing that they will use SAVAS, but can we clear all that up? That was really disturbing to me tonight to hear that from our English teachers. I want to also offer a happy Thanksgiving to everybody. I know for several years we've not been able to gather, or some families haven't, so I hope you are able to gather with your family. If not, I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving wherever you might be. I have to give a shout out. Is Officer Bishop still here? Are you back there? Okay, see that gentleman? Stand up, David. Okay, well, I just want to say that was one of my 5th grade students. He was very young, but I was very young too. So, but I was so glad to see him tonight, and it's just amazing when you run into one of your students that isn't this tall anymore. They're big and they have a gun and all that sort of stuff. So thank you, David, for reminding me and for saying hello. And for your service too to our community as an officer. That was really amazing to see him. So Veterans Day, my years here, it's been very important to me, as it is, I'm sure, to other people. So I just want to talk a little bit about that. Harry Truman said, "Our debt to our heroic men and valiant women in the service of our country can never be repaid. They have earned our undying gratitude." I know some of us weren't alive at the time, but Dwight Eisenhower was the one who signed a bill proclaiming November 11th as Veterans Day, and he did that in 1954. And since the signing of that bill, Veterans Day has been a day that we acknowledge our veterans and all wars and all who served in the United States military. It's our chance as the American public to publicly thank and commemorate the contributions of living veterans, to show them an appreciation for placing their lives at risk and serving our country and our way of life. It's a time for all of us who did not serve to reflect upon and honor the sacrifices made by the men and women of the armed services. At one time in the life of every veteran, they raised their right hand and they solemnly swore to both support and defend the Constitution of the United States. Every one of them has a story to tell, and each story is different. Some of them will speak of pride, some of heart-pounding fear, some of loneliness, of love, of anger, of desperately being scared, of brotherhood, of grief, and some even of shame. Amazingly, only about 1 to 2% of our population have ever served in the military. And for those who've served in combat, many veterans carry with them the horrors of war buried deep within them, because that's the only way they can bear the burden of their combat service. Beyond just the veteran, their families also sacrificed, supporting their loved ones for long stretches of time without seeing them, some not knowing whether they were dead or alive. So please remember to thank veterans when you see them. Take a moment, if you will, to ask, where did you serve? What unit were you in? How long did you serve? Because each one of them has that story. Many of you know that my husband served during the Vietnam era as a helicopter pilot, and it still makes me stop when anyone says to him, thank you for his service, because he always responds in the same way. Thank you. It was my honor and privilege to serve our country. Our veterans, no matter how they served, where they served, or for how long they served, are the very best of us. And tonight I'd like to personally thank every veteran who took the oath and served our country. We all owe you a debt that can never, ever be repaid. In the words of John Kennedy, as we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not just to utter words, but to live by them. Or those of Winston Churchill, never was so much owed by so many to so few. We don't know them all, but we owe them all. They are the best of America and the best of us. And I want to thank each of them for their service, and God bless each of them. Thank you.
Very much, Dr. Mealy. Mr. Holbrook.
Well, I'd also like to thank our veterans and say happy birthday to the Marine Corps, which is today. I actually graduated boot camp 22 years ago today, so I could be retired now. But it's neither here nor there, and just want to thank everybody. You know, I was not a combat veteran. You know, for whatever reason, I just never made it there, you know, which God always has a plan. But a lot of people did go to combat and didn't come back. And I want to thank you, and thank you for what you said, because it is an honor and a privilege to serve. So just want to really, really thank everybody. We wouldn't have what we have now if it wasn't for that, even though in today's time it may seem like it's slipping away sometimes, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holbrook. Mr. Nelms?
Gonna make it quick and simple. I want to thank Mr. Holbrook for his service, Dr. Mealy's husband, and the rest of the veterans. And then I also want to send a congratulations to Mr. Daniels as well.
Thank you, Mr. Nelms. Mr. Daniels?
We're in the month of November, and we've got a lot to be thankful for. First and foremost, I want to say that I'm thankful for my wife and my kids for putting up with how busy I've been recently. I'm thankful to the friends and supporters. You've been there and prayed for me over the last couple months and would not be here without your support. I'm thankful for all the teachers and staff that come to school every day and do their very best and work tirelessly to teach our kids. I'm thankful for the service of our veterans, including my dad and my grandfather, who've had such an impact on my life. Next Friday is National Substitute Teachers Day, and we are thankful for all those that take their time to come fill in for one of our teachers or staff members who are not feeling well, who are taking care of others. We're thankful to live in such a great community. It's a fantastic part of the country that we have here in Bedford County, and I'm continued to be struck by its beauty and the sense of family that we have here. I've lived in a lot of places, and I have not felt that in a lot of the places I've lived. I'm just thankful for the health that we have and thankful for the people that we have around us. So in closing, I would just like to ask that you take some time to think about what you're thankful for or who you're thankful for. Just make sure that you let them know, whether it's a teacher, a coach, a principal, a husband or wife, son or daughter, mom or dad, or all of the above. We don't say thank you enough, or sometimes we don't feel like that's enough. But just know that if it comes from the heart, then it is enough. Happy Thanksgiving.
Mr. Daniels, Mr. Hill?
First of all, thank you to the executive team for the presentations and being very specific and detailed. I do appreciate that. Nice work in getting that to us. November is Take Your Legislature to School Month. This week, Dr. Bergen, Mr. Daniels, and myself have visited yesterday Forest Elementary School along with Charla Bansley and the legal aid from U.S. Senator Mark Warner's office. And then also we've got scheduled for tomorrow and next week, and Edgar Tuck, Bob Davis, Delegate Wendell Walker, and Senator Steve Newman have agreed to come to our schools. So lots going on with that, and we do appreciate our Board of Supervisors and the others for agreeing to come take a tour with us. Two things that I want to make sure are on the books for this year, and so I'm mentioning it in November. Teacher of the Year recognitions. That needs to be an event that we bring back. It's very important, and so we need to make sure we're doing that. And then retiree recognitions. We've got away from doing that the last couple of years, and so I want to make sure we're doing that.
Hill, I can confirm that we've already established a venue and a date and time for the Teacher of the Year in March, and we are moving forward with the others as well.
Perfect. Music to my ears. I do want to echo what Ms. Harrison and Dr. Mealy said regarding the English teacher updates. That's not a new subject for me. That's certainly something that we've talked about, and so definitely disappointed that it come up tonight, that the teachers feel like we have not reached a resolution, and so I do want to hear more about that and find out, again, accountability plan for what we're doing to make sure we're addressing that. Let's see here. I keep moving this paper back, Donna, Miss Kirby.
Here, I'll put our glasses right here in the middle so you can grab them if you need to.
Thank you to the staff. I know you guys have been working very diligently trying to find teachers based on our feedback to add and to reduce those class sizes. We do agree. We need to, make some attention to some of the classrooms, but I didn't want it to go unnoticed that you guys are trying and that you have been seeking those teachers. So, yes, we do need to fix it. We're trying. But I did want to commend you guys on your efforts. So, in addition, I wanted to give a shout out to my dad. His name is William Earl Hill Jr., but we call him Billy. And if you're in the hunting field, we call him Hillbilly. But he was a Vietnam veteran, and it took me a long time to understand the sacrifices that he made for us when he was there. He doesn't talk a lot about it, but I do want to recognize him. And then last but certainly not least, I wanted to congratulate our elected District 7 school board member, Chris Daniels. I really appreciate that. I've been reading something about I need a bobblehead up here now, and so I don't know what that means, but we'll see as we go. And then also, there's some kind of folder going around with my name on it. So if anybody finds it, I'd love to have it. I'd love to see what's in there. So, but anyway, congratulations, Mr. Daniels. So I'm done, Ms. Kirby.
Thank you. Bring up the rear. First thing, I would like to wish a belated happy birthday to Ms. Johnson. We appreciate all you do. Hope you had a special day. On behalf of the Liberty High School Principal, Justin Tucker, thank you to the PTSA, athletic boosters, volunteers, and division maintenance team for all the much-needed improvements to the Liberty High School campus. time for my monthly shameless plug for bus drivers. I hate getting the text in the morning that bus routes are canceled. It's leaving families struggling for kids to go to school, or they might not get to go to school because we don't have bus drivers. If there's any way that you are willing to help us out, please contact transportation. We sure could use you. I want to say thank you to our Board of Supervisors for our recent joint meeting. It was nice for all of us to get together again, sit down at the same table, and get on the same page. I appreciate you taking your time and listening to our needs. And how can you top what Dr. Mealy just said with regards to our veterans? My father was a Marine in World War II. So we were taught with the pride to have for family veterans. So thank you to all the veterans for your service. We do appreciate you. And for those that do not know, kind of a public service announcement here, due to the 100% chance of rain tomorrow, the Veterans Day celebration at D-Day has moved to the Moose Lodge. I believe that they're also going to have a virtual option if you want to see it. And how do you top what Mr. Daniels said about Thanksgiving? But happy Thanksgiving to all. And please don't forget to count your blessings. God bless everyone. And normally I would ask for a motion to adjourn. Unfortunately, we need to go back into closed session. So do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, can I squeeze in one other announcement?
Yes.
Staff was texting me. Our side didn't include it in the update. There is a $1,000 bonus going to all of our employees in the November paycheck.
Wow. Yay, good news.
Yes.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Much of that funding came from the state for SOQ funded positions, but with your discussion, we're paying that $1,000 bonus to all of our employees, including our substitute teachers who have been with us and putting in at least 45 days. So staff is going to see $1,000 in their gross. Depending on what their tax rate is, they're going to see something less than $1,000. But I wanted to make sure that we shared with all staff that they can look forward to that in their check. We'll also send out a memo to them. And may I just make one or two comments about a couple of things here tonight?
Mm-hmm.
I agree. It's concerning to me when I ever hear somebody say they can't approach or they feel concerned. I want to repeat that our executive team has been sitting in every school for an entire day, to hear anyone who wants to speak on any issue, and we've been to every school. And we have collected a lot of data. It's anecdotal data. We're going to reflect on that together as a team, and we'll make reports back out to the community and to the board about what are we hearing from our teachers, because we are approachable. We believe we are. We want people to come and speak to us, and if they don't feel comfortable, we want to know why. But we'll go back and I heard your questions. We'll be very specific about what is it about the secondary English language arts curriculum of which people have some concerns. And on class sizes, we've now talked about this in many months. There was a memo to the board on 9/14. I can resend it for you if you'd like. We have 7 classes that are above 25 kids. Out of all of our elementary schools, 7. And they are, 26, 27, 28. The largest is 30 in a 4th grade class at Big Island. That's where we had all that discussion, and we are advertising for teacher assistants to be in every one of those classrooms. Certainly, we'd prefer to split all those classes, and have classes of 13 or 14. But it would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars we do not have. But I'm not negating the need or the concern. I'm just saying we have heard it, we are addressing it, and I didn't want that to go without some comment here tonight. So thank you for letting me sneak those in. I'm so sorry, and back to reading into closed.
Chair, for the second time tonight, I make a motion pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A18-1 to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, discipline, and release of contract for specific school board employees, including the evaluation of the superintendent as provided in his contract of employment. 8, for consultation with legal counsel retained by the school board for advice on specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel, including school board policy.
Motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second, again.
Second by Dr. Mealy, again. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We're back in closed session. Okay, do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we come out of closed session.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
I second
Second by Ms. Harrison. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Finally, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I need to certify.
Darn, I was trying and I thought of it too. Always forget about certifying it.
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and where Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore, excuse me, be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes.
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 Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.
Okay, Susan, here I go looking for my keys.
Yes.